Chapter 651, Startling the Mermaid Queen. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the beastmen and the dwarves. He had fixed their divine artifact, making them grateful to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai told them his plans as soon as he can. However, Zhao Hai was still in deep suspicion towards the elves. He didn't know if this was really their nature, or there was a hidden plot happening that made them delay the matter. Because of this, Zhao Hai plans to wait for their reaction. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the elves would tell the dragons about his inquiries. After all, he was already unmatched in the whole of our continent. As for the fishmen, Zhao Hai didn't worry about them at all. The fishmen had great enmity with the divine race, which also transferred to the Dragon Clan and the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai was extremely comfortable with them being in his side. However, Zhao Hai also knew how careful the fishmen were. Otherwise, they wouldn't have founded the Sea Gods Merchant Union in order to get news from the continent, and it was for certain that the mermaids had already received the news about the Radiant Church and the dragons. Zhao Hai wanted to see their response upon receiving this information. One must know that for these big races, there was no enmity that can't be solved. Anything can happen in the name of benefit. If the fishmen really did think that the divine race was powerful, then they may stop their alliance with Zhao Hai. The beastmen and the dwarves have their own divine artifacts, so they already knew that their races were also hostile to the Radiant Church's patrons. This made it impossible for them to side with the Radiant Church for benefit. Therefore, they sided with Zhao Hai to deal with the Radiant Church. On the other hand, the fishmen might not know about the relationship between their sea god and the Radiant Church in the divine realm. This was due to them not being in the records of the dwarves during the past Great War. Therefore, Zhao Hai had some doubts about their actions and wanted to see how they would respond when faced with the current situation. Zhao Hai proceeded onward. He didn't rush in the daytime and he rested properly during the night. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation on the continent through the space. Now that Kun and the others were in possession of the messenger fishes, Zhao Hai was able to have a dialogue with them in the past few days. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was the fact that his popularity among the fishmen had become quite high. In the eyes of the fishmen, the conclusion of their recent rebellion was only reached due to Zhao Hai's actions. So no matter which fishman tribe he meets, all of them were extremely hospitable towards Zhao Hai. They were quite polite and even brought him some gifts. At the same time, some of them even agreed to having a business cooperation with the Buddha clan. Although the fishman race were mostly self-sufficient, they still want to have other things. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't decline these offerings. Almost every fishman tribe can offer him with unique things to trade for. This made Zhao Hai very glad when forming his business partnerships. The fishmen liked human bottles, ironworks, wooden furnitures, cotton fabrics, and many more. Although things in the sea might get reduced by trading with Zhao Hai, it was still fine since Zhao Hai only needed common marine products. For the fishmen, these things can basically be seen everywhere. There was no need for them to exert so much effort in acquiring them. Zhao Hai certainly didn't think that he would have this good of a reception among the fishmen. One must know that dark mages in the continent never did have a good reputation. Those who were come in front of Zhao Hai were only those who had come in contact with him face to face. As for the other people, all of them would be terrified by the mere mention of Zhao Hai's name. After all, this was a person that can turn several 100,000 people into undead. 3 days later, Zhao Hai had finally arrived at Mermaid Islands region. But when he arrived, he was actually stopped by a group of swordfish tribesmen. It seems like they weren't able to recognize Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai can also see that they didn't come with unfavorable intention. So he went out of the blade scale whale and gave a slight bow before saying, "Might I know why I am being blocked?" The leader of the swordfish group immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. The Queen has something important to discuss with you. We ask Mr. to please head towards Mermaid Island." When he heard this, Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "Can I know why Her Majesty is looking for me?" Naturally, Zhao Hai knew why the Queen was looking for her. He was just asking for formality. The swordfish tribesman shook his head and said, "I'll be unfair to Mr. But I really don't know. Her Majesty didn't tell us. She just gave instructions to invite you over to the island. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, then I'll be troubling you to lead me there. The swordfishes immediately turned their mounts around and swam towards Mermaid Island. Behind them, Zhao Hai urged the blade scale whale to follow. The blade scale whale wasn't known for its speed, however, Zhao Hai's blade scale whale was a 9th rank undead. So how could it be any slower? It was able to comfortably keep up with the speed of the swordfish group. This startled the people from the swordfish tribe. They were famed for their speed, so how could Zhao Hai's whale able to keep up with their speed? This was something unexpected. After advancing for 2 days, Zhao Hai had finally arrived at Mermaid Island. There were no changes in the island. The whales were still in charge of guarding it. When they reached the island, the swordfishes left Zhao Hai and handed the task of leading Zhao Hai over to the whales. After entering the island, Zhao Hai stepped on the back of the turtles as he went through the pillars and arriving in front of the Mermaid Palace. When he arrived at the palace, Zhao Hai can already see Lola waiting for him. When she saw that Zhao Hai had come, Lola stepped forward and greeted him. Mister, please come with me. Her Majesty is already waiting for you. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Lola towards the inner hall. The queen was already in her throne when Zhao Hai came in. When she saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but move. Her tail vanished and turned into feet. At the same time, her throne had turned into an ordinary chair. The queen stood up and said, Mister, have a seat. Zhao Hai gave a bow and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then the group saw inside the hall. The queen opened her mouth first. Mister, you've helped us greatly this time. The rebellion wouldn't have ended this soon if not for your help. Then she gave Zhao Hai a bow. Zhao Hai stood up to return the courtesy before he quickly said, Your Majesty is too polite. It's just a little effort. It's not worth mentioning. The queen didn't delay the matter as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you aware of the recent developments in the continent? Zhao Hai knew that the main topic had come. He didn't hide anything from the queen, so he nodded and said, I do. The dragons and the Radiant Church made their move and controlled 2 big empires of the continent. At this time, they should be stabilizing their rule over their subjects. The queen didn't expect Zhao Hai to already be aware of the news. One should know that as soon as the queen heard the news, she immediately sent people to look for Zhao Hai. He should be unaware of this news since he had always been in the sea. Zhao Hai already knowing this information gave the queen an estimate of Zhao Hai's resources. So she just nodded and said, Right, it's that. May I know what Mr. thinks? Do we need to make a move? When he had the queen, Zhao Hai's worries had completely vanished. He smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry much about this. I already have a plan. The queen stared. She was confused at what Zhao Hai meant. What I just wanted to know is what plans Zhao Hai has already made. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I also need Her Majesty's help for this plan. I'm prepared to deal with the dragons, and I want Your Majesty to keep the Ocean Waves dynasty away from supporting the Lion Empire. As for the other things, leave everything to me. The queen thought for a moment before she nodded and said, This isn't difficult matter. However, is Mr. confident with dealing with the dragons? Their title of invincibility isn't without proof. Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty can rest assured, I have complete confidence in my strength. The reason why I still haven't attacked them was because I needed to discuss the matter of the Ocean Waves dynasty with Your Majesty. At the same time, I am also waiting for the response from the Elven race. As long as information arrives, then I will immediately head to the Elven forest. And after that, I will then go and deal with the dragon race. The queen stared for a moment before she nodded. All right, then we shall wait for Mr.'s word. When the time comes, we shall fully coordinate with you. Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, I'll have to thank Your Majesty. Right, I also need Your Majesty to sign this. Then he took out the beast skin scroll and handed it over to the queen. When the queen received the scroll and saw the marks of the beastmen and the dwarves, she didn't hesitate and also marked the scroll with the fishman race's unique mark. Then Zhao Hai took out a bottle of messenger fish and gave it to the queen. Your Highness, this is a messenger fish that I have specially bred. As long as Your Majesty has this fish, You can speak to it directly and I shall immediately hear your message." The queen received Zhao Hai's messenger fish. Naturally, she was very familiar regarding these creatures. However, she didn't think that Zhao Hai would also have them. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai's breed was more advanced. This startled the queen. The mermaid race had been religiously doing research on marine life. Because of this, they had more understanding with regards to beings of the sea than anyone in this world. The mere fact that Zhao Hai was able to produce a more advanced messenger fish made the queen freeze from shock. Chapter 652, Buddha Empire. The queen looked at Zhao Hai. She was very clear about what this change in the messenger fish represented. It was not just a mutation, this was an entire evolution of the messenger fish, making it more advanced and giving it much better function. The messenger fish was a small and common marine beast. However, this small magic beast has a unique ability. The difficulty of making such a beast evolve several times more than evolving any common magic beast. To put it bluntly, even if the fishmen were people, their differences compared to the marine beasts weren't that huge. The reason why the mermaid clan was researching marine magic beasts was for them to be able to develop a method to make the mermaids or the other fishmen more perfect people. This might sound simple, but once one does this for quite some time, they will discover how difficult it actually was. Each type of magic beasts might have their own unique characteristics, but the fishmen also had their own unique properties. Gathering these strong points and matching them was easier said than done. It wasn't only the task of gathering strong points that was difficult. Even improving magic beasts was a difficult matter all on its own. One might see something great in a magic beast, however, improving them might result in a futile effort. Even if it succeeds, there are still more issues along the road. It was still far from being called successful. The mermaids were aware of these difficulties since it takes into account genetics as well as other advanced matters. However, it was impossible for them to use these matters in order to evolve magic beasts. On the other hand, the space can digitize beings, making it very easy for it to upgrade these beings. It was just like when one plays a game and finds a skill book that they can learn in a matter of minutes. However, reality was just too far away from this. The queen wasn't aware of the existence of the space, so when she saw Zhao Hai's messenger fish, she couldn't help but express her shock. Billy and the Beast King didn't understand the fishmen and the significance of the messenger fish. Therefore, even if they felt strange, they weren't startled like the Mermaid Queen. The thought of the messenger fishes caused the Mermaid Queen to think about Zhao Hai's unusual undead creatures. Although Zhao Hai had reduced their strength, they were still quite extraordinary in the eyes of the Queen. Large-scale summoning as well as impressive fighting prowess. All of these made the Queen extremely curious towards Zhao Hai. The Queen knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of good things based on what she had heard from the continent. It seems like Zhao Hai's unique things aren't only limited to the messenger fishes. This made the Queen think that Zhao Hai might have discovered a way to improve a being's biology. Zhao Hai was confused at the Queen's surprised expression. Was it because of the messenger fish? Aren't there a lot of variant beasts in this world? So why was she especially surprised this time? Zhao Hai looked at the Queen and asked, "Your Majesty, is there something wrong?" The Queen looked deeply into Zhao Hai without saying anything. Then she handed the messenger fish over to Lola before turning her head back to Zhao Hai and said, "There's no problem. Once Mr. decides to act, don't hesitate to let us know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I shall thank your Majesty in advance. I shall say my farewells first. I'll be leaving for the continent tomorrow to continue with my plans." The Queen nodded. "All right, Mr. Can rest assured, this is an important matter to every race, so my fishman race would surely give you our full cooperation." Then Zhao Hai stood up and gave the Queen a salute before turning around to leave. Once Zhao Hai was out of sight, Lola immediately turned to the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, haven't we been looking for a way to make the mermaid clan stronger? If Mr. Zhao Hai can improve the messenger fish, then he surely has the means to help us. Why didn't you tell him about this matter earlier?" The Queen sighed and then said, "Now is not the time to say it. Mr. Zhao Hai has been busy with dealing with our own matters. but we still haven't contributed to Mr. Zhao Hai's cause even if we are allies in dealing with the divine race. But I'm sure that this method is Mr. Zhao Hai's biggest secret. If we want to get this method at his time, the only thing we could do would be to threaten Mr. However, we naturally can't do it, so this matter can only be postponed to the future. Lola nodded. Then the queen sighed once again before she said, "Our mermaid race can be seen to as quite a perfect race in the continent. We can survive in the sea as well as on land, as long as there is a body of water nearby. We also have good control over water as well as being able to use various water element magic. At the same time, our combat capabilities are also quite formidable. Not very different compared to any ordinary warrior. Our only downside compared to the other races is the fact that we mermaids have the least members in the divine realm. Perhaps this is the drawback for our mermaid race." Lola sighed as well. She didn't know what to say. The mermaids were indeed unique. They had long lives, great strength, good population, and were generally 9th ranks at maturity. However, it was close to impossible for them to become god-ranked experts. All previous mermaid queens were aware of this point and worried about it for a long time. They sought for a solution all this time but was unable to actually succeed. But seeing Zhao Hai's messenger fish made the current queen see hope. However, just like what the queen said, they hadn't done much for Zhao Hai yet. If they were to open this matter up to Zhao Hai, then he might develop some misunderstandings, and misunderstandings were something that they didn't need at this moment in time. Zhao Hai was currently listening to Lola and the Queen's conversation while inside the space. He didn't think that his messenger fish would evoke this reaction from both the Queen and Lola. No wonder the Queen had a strange expression earlier. However, it would not be difficult for Zhao Hai to make the mermaids god-ranked experts. Now that the space had reached level 65, plants that would allow the creation of god-rank potions can now be planted in the farm. As soon as the plants become ready, then Zhao Hai would surely take some potions out. After all, their enemy this time was the divine race who had a lot of god-ranked experts in their fold. Only then can the Ark continent truly resist the divine race. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Then he changed the monitor towards the Buddha Empire's royal palace. He wanted to see the response from the Buddha Empire's side. The Buddha Emperor surely wasn't a fool. He knew the implications of the Radiant Church and the dragons being in control of the Ocean Waves dynasty and the Lion Empire, respectively. He knew what they would be facing, and he was currently looking for the key to resisting both the Radiant Church and the Dragon Race. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the Buddha Empire's situation for a few days. The Buddha Emperor was certainly not a fool. His response was exactly what Zhao Hai expected. The Empire had sent some envoys towards the Rosen Empire, in hopes of establishing an alliance against the Saint Dragon Empire. The Buddha Empire's worries were completely justified. In the past, the Buddha Empire held a stronger army compared to the Ocean Waves dynasty, but they were still lacking when it came to naval power. On the other hand, the Lion and Buddha Empire was separated by the Akra mountain, making the Lion Empire unable to send troops towards the Buddha Empire, also making the Empire completely safe against the attacks from the Lion Empire army. However, the current situation changed everything. The dragons have gotten control of the Lion Empire, establishing the Saint Dragon Empire, and since the magic beasts in the Akra mountain were subordinates of the dragons, an avenue to attack the Buddha Empire had appeared. If they were to send a force towards the Buddha Empire, then the Saint Dragon Empire can now use the Akra mountain as a path. When that time comes, the Buddha Empire would then be placed on its back foot. Since they knew about this, the Buddha Empire immediately sent envoys to the Rosen Empire in order to form an alliance. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful nation, so they should have no fear towards the dragons. Being an ally to the Rosen Empire would surely make the dragons think twice about their further actions. While the envoys were on the way, the Buddha Empire had also entered a state of preparation. Zhao Hai's constant supply of magic beasts also gave the Buddha Empire some courage to hold on. However, Courage and confidence were two different matters. The dragon's reputation of invincibility had placed a huge pressure on the Buddha Empire. The emperor as well as the great nobles were constantly on talks as to how to deal with this matter. However, after hours and days of discussion, they still haven't reached a good enough resolution. Naturally, the Hurricane family was aware of this matter as well, and since Juno had a close relationship with Billy, he also wanted to know how Zhao Hai plans to deal with this matter. Zhao Hai had not hidden the truth from him. He told the Hurricane Patriarch about his plan to completely eradicate the dragons. At the same time, he also gave Juno a messenger fish. It can be said that the thing that Zhao Hai was waiting for was the response from the elves. Whether the elves were willing to cooperate or not, Zhao Hai still needed their response in order to plan for his further actions. If the elves agreed to ally with him, then he would immediately head to the Elven Forest to repair their divine artifact while also discussing their matter of alliance along with having them sign his beast skin scroll. If the elves don't agree to dealing with the divine race, then Zhao Hai would not care about their word anymore. He would then go and deal with the dragons. And if the elves were to side with the divine race, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to be impolite. Zhao Hai continued to look at the situation of the Buddha Empire. However, there wasn't any special change in the empire. Like the previous days, they were still trying to figure out ways in order to deal with their current situation. At this point, it was impossible for the Buddha Empire to side with the Radiant Church. They saw what just happened to the Ocean Waves dynasty as well as the Lion Empire, so how could they side with them? The Radiant Church was like a beast that eats people along with their bones. Sooner or later, the Buddha Empire would get swallowed up. So the Buddha Empire can only hold on for as long as they can. They couldn't make any agreements between the dragons and the Radiant Church. Chapter 653. Visiting the Elves. The next day, Zhao Hai said his farewell to the Mermaid Queen before he got on board the Haven. Zhao Hai planned to ride his ship towards the continent. This was also to give the elves more time to send their response. After all, there wasn't anything significant that he had to do at this time. Once word arrives from the elves, then Zhao Hai would begin with his action. He didn't plan to tell the Rosen Emperor about any of these. Even if the Rosen Emperor was Zhao Hai's father-in-law, he was still an emperor of a nation, making it difficult for him to keep secrets to himself. Who knows if the Radiant Church had set up some shadows in the Imperial Palace. If Zhao Hai reveals his plans to the Rosen Emperor, then he might risk having it known to the Radiant Church. When that time arrives, all of Zhao Hai's plans would be placed into trouble. Although Zhao Hai was not anxious and was just slowly sailing towards the continent, he was still paying close attention to the developments in the continent. Through the space, he was looking at the Kelsey family while also listening for information from the Crook family. This made Zhao Hai updated with regards to the matters of the continent. Rosen Empire's response was also in line with what Zhao Hai expected. Although the Rosen Empire recognized the existence of the Saint Dragon Empire, it also entered a state of war preparation. They were preparing to go against the dragons. On the other hand, the Akra Empire's response was far from what Zhao Hai thought. Although they were implicated in the conflict between the Radiant Church and the Beastmen, Zhao Hai still thought that the Akra Empire would reignite their relationship with the Church after hearing the news. But instead, they actually formed an alliance with the Rosen Empire. This was way out of Zhao Hai's expectations to the point that he doubted them. But after observing the Akra Empire for a few days, Zhao Hai found out that he was wrong. This time, the Akra Empire did want to deal with the Radiant Church. The way the Radiant Church handled the past matter caused the Akra Empire to dislike the organization. Even if the Radiant Church conquered the 4 other nations, the Akra Empire would still resist them. This wasn't only due to the current ruler, Boris. This sentiment was shared by all the nobles of the empire as well, not to mention the commoners. This response from the Akra Empire made Zhao Hai glad. For Zhao Hai, this was the best outcome that could happen. An enemy of an enemy is a friend, so even if they had a past matter, Zhao Hai would still consider them as friends as long as they planned to deal with the Radiant Church and the Dragon race. 2 days after Zhao Hai left Mermaid Island, Billy had finally brought some news. It was said that the Elven Queen wanted to meet with Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with this answer. The Elf Queen only wanted to see him and didn't express their intention to form an alliance. However, Zhao Hai would still want to see the Elf Queen. After all, this was also an opportunity to win the elves over to his side. Zhao Hai appeared inside the dwarf mountain through the space. At this point, the dwarves aren't startled by his sudden appearances anymore. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately sent people to inform Billy. Billy also knew that Zhao Hai was coming. Therefore, he was already waiting for him. When they had sat down, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I told the elves about the Radiant Church." This prompted them to send an answer. "You should go and see the Elf Queen. It seems like they are quite hesitant." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I don't understand why they would hesitate now that the divine race are almost at the tip of our noses. I'm actually surprised. How can this race survive to the present?" Billy can understand Zhao Hai's complaints. To be honest, he also couldn't understand the response from the elves, but Billy didn't complain. Instead, he urged Zhao Hai, "Just don't mind it. The elves just haven't had a conflict for many years. Moreover, their archery and swordsmanship are very well suited for the jungle. Almost nobody can defeat the elves in forest combat." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't doubt this point. If the elves didn't have any special means, then they would have already become slaves a long time ago. One must know that elves were the most valuable slaves for the humans. However, there weren't any elven slaves that had been caught in a long time. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Maybe the reason why the elves aren't willing to see you is because you're a dark mage. Elves hate dark mages, and since you are the most famous dark mage in the continent, it would be understandable if they don't want to see you." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smiled bitterly. The elves were advocates of nature and respected life, and for the elves, the act of resurrecting the dead that dark mages do was the most blasphemous act towards their belief. It would be strange if they were to immediately like Zhao Hai. Moreover, the elves were also quite famous for having more tenacity than the dwarves. Although the dwarves can be tenacious sometimes, they can still be accommodating. Otherwise, the dwarves wouldn't have done business with the humans, and Billy wouldn't have been Juno's good friend. The elves were completely solid to their beliefs. They were people who completely disliked failure and were more strict to themselves than to others. This was the reason why all of the things that the elves produced were all works of art. They destroy everything that they deem embarrass them. It was because of this that Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't know what to say upon meeting such a race. These people seemed to be paranoid and weren't some people that would accept an outsider's words. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "No matter what, you still need to see the elves. There's no other way. Take a rest here first, then I shall accompany you to the elves first thing tomorrow." Although they disliked dark mages, I don't think they would go far this time. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If they don't agree to be allies with us, then I won't care about them anymore. If the divine race decides to eliminate them, then I won't be lending them a hand. As long as they don't cooperate with the Radiant Church, then I will leave them be." Billy knew that Zhao Hai was quite angry. To be honest, Billy was somewhat annoyed as well. The Radiant Church and the Dragon race were still holding back since they were waiting for word from the Divine race. Time was quite precious, but the elves were actually wasting it. Zhao Hai waiting for their response was already giving them face. Billy didn't say anything more as he arranged a room for Zhao Hai, making him rest well. When Zhao Hai got settled in their room, they immediately went to the space and sat inside the living room. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew that he was quite unhappy. To be honest, they were in a foul mood as well. Laura boiled a cup of tea and then placed it in front of Zhao Hai. Then with a soft voice she said, "Brother Hai, you shouldn't get angry. After all, we'll be hearing the elves' side tomorrow." Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes, then he sighed and said, "I really want to know what is inside these elf leaders' heads." They had dragged such a simple thing for too long. If not for the Radiant Church and the Dragon race making their move, I reckon that they would have dragged this matter for a longer time. What were they thinking? Laura forced a smile and then said, The elves are more closed off compared to the beastmen and the dwarves. Even the fishmen had their own merchant union in order to listen to the situation of the continent. The elves essentially had no contact with the outside world. They might come in contact with the dwarves sometimes, but that's it. This is the only race that had done it in the entire continent. Lizzie sighed. There's nothing strange as to why the elves are like this. They are different from the mermaid race, who can just change their appearance to that of a human, allowing them the chance to trade with the continent. The elves simply aren't able to do this, and whenever an elf was spotted, people would then make them their slaves. It isn't strange that the elves chose to refrain from having contact with the humans. Zhao Hai also sighed with a heavy heart. He was also aware of this matter. Any race would do the same if they were subjected to the same fate as the elves. After resting inside the space, Billy went to look for Zhao Hai to have a meal. Zhao Hai has been very tired in the past few days. It wasn't fatigue of the body, but it was a fatigue of the heart. Zhao Hai's rest in the dwarf mountain that night was very good. The next morning, Billy led Zhao Hai to the elven forest along with 10 other dwarf warriors. The distance between the dwarves and the elves wasn't short. Moreover, there was also the Akra mountain in the middle. However, the dwarves have developed their own methods. After countless years of effort, they had finally made a system of underground rivers to get through Akra mountains. This gave them the capability to pass through the mountain and come out to an area close to the elven forest. This was a very large project. Although they used the underground rivers, it wasn't something that can solve everything. It was impossible for the river to deliver the dwarves directly to the elves. So after about 200 years of development, the dwarves had finally made a passage that would take them quite closer to the elves. In order to make it more convenient to come in contact with the elves, this route was composed of different underground rivers, allowing them to travel by boat. But even if one were to go fast, they would still need about 5 days before they arrive at the forest. However, in order for the travel to become more comfortable, the dwarves had set up some resting points all along the route. These resting points had supply of liquor and grain. All of these just to establish a good relationship with the elven race. Chapter 654, Voiceless Soundbird. The dwarf race's boat wasn't big, so Zhao Hai always found himself sitting together with Billy. Naturally, he had no chance to return to the space, therefore, he can just stay in the ship and chat with Billy. To be honest, he was quite bored these past 5 days. However, even if the boat was small, there was still space for him to lie down, so Zhao Hai was able to fully rest in these 5 days. 5 days came by quite fast. The boat was now stopped at a pier. Billy led Zhao Hai down to the pier and walked out from the big mountain. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the mountain, they had discovered that they were already in the forest. Zhao Hai couldn't help but marvel at the scenery outside the mountain. The scene in front of him was just so beautiful. The thing in front of him was a rainforest, one with lush trees everywhere. There were shrubs under the trees as well as some plants that Zhao Hai was unable to recognize. Most importantly, the place was so primitive. He can't find a single artificial intervention here. It seems like it was a kingdom for plants. It was very attractive. At this time, a sound suddenly came from the forest. Zhao Hai stopped, then he turned his head only to find a small magic beast. This small beast looked like a small monkey, but it was really small. It looked very cute. It had fluffy fur, 2 round ears, bright eyes and a look that would seem like it was just a toy. This small monkey was also curiously looking at Zhao Hai and the others. There was no fear that was found in its face. Zhao Hai came to like this creature more and more as time passed by. He turned his hand and took out an apple before throwing it to the direction of the small monkey. The beast was startled. It immediately whizzed towards the opposite tree. It lashed its tongue and showed its teeth towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He only looked at the small monkey and laughed. This left the monkey with a confused expression. Then when it found the red apple on the ground, he immediately disregarded Zhao Hai and the others as it slowly jumped down from the tree. It ran towards the apple and smelled it. It expressed excitement on its face before taking a nib out of the apple, and before long the whole fruit went into its belly. Then the small monkey turned its head to Zhao Hai. Zzz, it sounded. It seems like it wanted more. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before throwing another apple towards the monkey. After eating a few more apples, the small monkey made a face towards Zhao Hai before it went up the tree and squatted on a large branch. Then it just slept there. Upon seeing the small monkey's action, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This little thing was too lovable. Billy and the others who were right by his side were also smiling. They saw how the monkey gave Zhao Hai a grin before going to the tree and then went to sleep, not caring about Zhao Hai anymore. This made everyone laugh. At this time, a shadow suddenly flashed from the forest. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he became alert. Then a green figure appeared in front of them. Zhao Hai stared, but he didn't make any moves. He noticed that the green figure in front of him was a person, a blonde man wearing a green robe. This person was very handsome. He had a face that would make even women jealous. He had golden blonde hair that was draped freely behind him, tied by a grass rope. In his hand was a harp, and most importantly, Zhao Hai noticed that the person's ears were longer than that of the humans. It looks quite sharp, but it didn't hinder the man's beauty. On the other hand, this effeminate man looked at Zhao Hai's group with a stern expression. Zhao Hai knew that this person was an elf, but he didn't speak. He knew that the first contact was Billy's task. Billy knew about this, therefore he immediately took a step forward and bowed to the elf. Elf friend, hello, I am the dwarf race's patriarch Billy. We came here to visit the elf queen. The elf returned the bow, and then looked at Billy and said, I have seen Patriarch Billy, come with me. The queen is already waiting for you. After that, he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't delay. He also bowed to the elf and said, hello, friend. I am the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai. I came here to pay a visit to the elf queen. Zhao Hai was aware that this harp-bearing man had a unique occupation. The harp in the elf's hand wasn't only for decoration. The strings of this harp were made of special elven material. This not only allowed the harp to play beautiful music, it also made it possible for the user to make magical arrows from it. Most importantly, the elves can cast a specific magic that can give additional reinforcement to their arrows, increasing their lethality. This was something that made elves famous in the continent. However, not all elves can have a harp as a weapon. Those who do were their most formidable warriors. In addition to music and arrows, the harp also had another function, and that was to produce a barrage of eject beads. This barrage of beads was a special attack of the elves. It wasn't like the arrow that contains penetrative force. The beads were things that can store up magic and exhibit various effects like explosion or other magics. Using this function was very unusual. The elves would place their harps to the ground, and then the fingers on their both hands would alternate in stroking the instrument. With each string that was plucked, a raindrop-sized bead would eject from the harp that would cause a lethal blow towards the enemy. When the elves waged war with the humans, these magic beads had become a nightmare to the human army. 10 harp-bearers working together could decimate a 1,000-man army almost instantaneously. But when Zhao Hai heard this, the only thing he could think about was a machine gun that had explosive ammunition. The harp-bearing elf returned Zhao Hai's bow and said, we welcome the arrival of Patriarch Zhao Hai. Her Majesty is already waiting for all of you. Please come with me. Then he turned around and led Zhao Hai's group through the forest. During the journey, Zhao Hai was fully convinced that the elves were invincible in this forest. They were indeed formidable. Animals in the forest, even the most efficient predators, would still produce a sound every time they make a move. On the other hand, the elves were completely silent. It seems like they had melded themselves to the forest. It was very astonishing. The group ran along with the elf as they progressed through the forest. Then all of a sudden, the elf stopped. He played a gentle note on his harp which transformed into a beautiful melody. Then the group suddenly heard a cheerful cry from atop the tree. While Zhao Hai was still in a daze, several shadows suddenly fell down in front of them. Zhao Hai and the others fixed their vision towards the shadows, and what they saw were a group of big birds. These birds looked like cranes, but their claws were something that should belong to a hawk. Zhao Hai hadn't seen a magic beast like this before. Moreover, these birds also have big bills. It wouldn't be a problem for them to have a person sitting in their back. After playing his harp, The elf turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please ride these voiceless soundbirds. Our tree of life is quite far from here." Then the elf rode on the back of a voiceless soundbird. After seeing the elf, Zhao Hai and the others didn't delay and also rode on the backs of the other birds. Then the harp bearer played another tune before the birds whipped their wings and flew off into the sky. Zhao Hai already has experience with flying due to his blood hawk, so he didn't feel anything in this ride. On the other hand, Billy and the others were still inexperienced in air travel. This made each and every one of their faces quite pale. While the elf led the group of voiceless soundbirds across the forest, Zhao Hai examined the birds as he sat on the back of one of them. These birds had a mouth that was longer than the average birds, but not longer than a crane. Their claws were similar to those of the hawks. The birds were 2 meters high and they had wings of 5 meters each. Moreover, even if they were carrying a person on their backs, their flight was still quite smooth. It was clear that these birds were also quite strong. Most importantly, the cries of these birds were very clear. It was very serene and was like a melody in itself, very interesting to listen to. It might be possible that the name of voiceless songbird came from this, but what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that he hasn't heard of a voiceless songbird in the continent before. Why was this? One must say that the elves had waged multiple wars with the humans. If these birds were used by the elves at those times, then they should have already been written in human records. And even if the Radiant Church had modified the history, they wouldn't have an incentive to eliminate the mention of these birds. Were these birds a recently tamed beast by the elves? In truth, Zhao Hai had guessed right. These voiceless soundbirds were indeed recent additions to the elven race. These voiceless soundbirds were extremely rare in the past, and they were also quite vigilant. Only elves with affinity to these birds were able to tame them, otherwise they wouldn't come in contact with an elf. Also, the voiceless songbirds weren't as big as they were now. However, just more than 300 years ago, a nest of voiceless soundbirds suddenly fell down from the tree of life. This nest of eggs soon hatched and bore large voiceless soundbirds, 2 meters in height. Most importantly, these voiceless soundbirds weren't vigilant towards the elves and were even the ones to go and come in contact with them, and slowly, as time went by, these voiceless soundbirds had become the mounts of the elves. Chapter 655, Elf Queen. After studying the voiceless soundbird for a while, Zhao Hai found himself to have nothing else to study. He shifted his gaze towards the scenery of the elven forest. Beautiful, it was too beautiful. If you gaze at the forest, you would feel that you were in a magical world. The forest was just too dazzling for him. This green landscape was completely different from the green lands of the prairie. The Beastman Prairie was flat, as if there was a green carpet on the ground. But here, you will be subjected to a green world. There were all kinds of trees with leaves of all shapes and sizes. If the greenery in the prairie was like a calm sea, then the greenery here was like a raging sea. Although this kind of sea was static, it didn't undermine its beauty at all. It wasn't any worse than gazing at the endless sea. Zhao Hai was quickly absorbed into the scenery of the forest. After Billy's discomfort passed, he was also attracted to the scene around him. His mouth opened from time to time as he expressed his admiration. Then suddenly, a huge tree appeared in their line of sight. This was the biggest tree that Zhao Hai had ever seen. It was so huge that the bread trees back at Ape Island looked like saplings. The only plant that Zhao Hai can compare to this tree would be Kair. The scene of Kair enveloping a city was completely similar to this tree. It was a shocking sight. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at this tree. Then they could faintly spot a few black spots coming out of the forest. Before long, these black figures appeared in front of Zhao Hai. They were a group of elves that were riding on top of voiceless soundbirds. All of these elves were wearing long green robes. The robes were beautiful and looked very elegant. Zhao Hai couldn't think of the material that these robes were made of. The one on the lead was a female elf. The people going along with this female elf were all harp bearers. On the other hand, the female elf was actually holding a magic staff. Evidently, she is a mage. Then the one who escorted Zhao Hai spoke to the female elf. "My lord, Patriarch Billy and Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." The elf woman nodded. Then she turned her head to Billy and Zhao Hai before giving a small bow and said, "Jeller has seen Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai and Billy immediately returned the bow. They don't dare to be arrogant in front of the elves. The arrogance of these elves were quite well known. It wouldn't be good if Zhao Hai and the others were to be rude. At the end of the day, there was no need to offend the elves. Zhao Hai knew that even if these elves have been quite hard-headed, their fighting power was still significant. It would be good if he had them as his allies. Jeller nodded to the two men. "Please come with me. Her Majesty is already waiting for you." Then she turned her mount around and flew towards the big tree. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't expecting this reception from the elves. He knew that the elves were already aware of him being a dark mage. For them to give him this welcome was something that was out of Zhao Hai's imagination. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others entered the forest and into the big tree. Compared to the tree, the elves who were busying themselves looked as insignificant as an ant. Then, with a command from the leader, the voiceless soundbirds fell on top of a branch of the tree. The diameter of this branch alone was 10 meters, and it definitely wasn't the largest branch. After Zhao Hai and the others came down from the birds, Jeller went to them and said, "Everyone, please come with me." Then she waved her hand and turned around. Zhao Hai and the others immediately followed her to walk along the branch. While walking along, Zhao Hai also took the time to look around. This tree was really too big. He didn't know how high it was. The only thing that he knew was that when he was at the back of the voiceless soundbird, he wasn't able to see the top of this tree. The tree seems to have broken through the sky. The stems of the tree were also quite thick. Zhao Hai didn't have the capacity to measure it. In any case, Zhao Hai can assure that the trunk of the tree was comparable to the size of Golden Island, and almost the entire elven population was living on this tree. Then Jeller led Zhao Hai and the others into the trunk of the tree. The inside of this tree looked just like the interior of Dwarf Mountain. There were densely packed caverns inside, with each cavern occupied by an elf household. The inside of the tree's trunk was very spacious. One couldn't see the bottom of this space. At the same time, Zhao Hai can also see that there were some elves that rode some voiceless soundbirds to navigate the inside. Jeller took Zhao Hai's group to a cavern inside the tree. This cavern had an area of more than 50 meters. It had a living room as well as a smaller caverns for bedrooms. Jeller then turned to Billy and Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please take a rest here while I go and inform Her Majesty the Queen." Billy and Zhao Hai simultaneously gave a salute to Jeller and said, "Thank you for the trouble." Jeller returned the salute before turning around to leave. After Jeller left, Zhao Hai and Billy sized up the room that they were in. The chairs and tables in the room were all made of rattan. Every single one of them were a work of art. It seems like the elves had merged the pursuit of art with their own lives. After Billy looked around, he went to a chair and took a seat. He let out a long sigh and said, "This was the first time that I flew in my entire life. It actually feels very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I actually ride a hawk, but I really can't feel anything special with them." On the other hand, the cries of these voiceless soundbirds are very pleasant to hear. Billy smiled and said, "I forgot that you have these flying phantasmal beasts. How about giving us some?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I can give you as many as you want. However, those who ride these beasts need to have training. Otherwise, you won't be able to fly even if you have them." Billy nodded and said, "That's great. Give me some of them when we get back. Those phantasmal beasts would make dwarf transportation much better." Zhao Hai nodded as well. Then he looked at Billy and said, "Patriarch, why did you think the Queen called for us? I'm quite worried." Billy stared, then he comforted Zhao Hai, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Our trip this time is related to the whole continent. We're only here to convince the Queen to join our cause." Zhao Hai sighed and then he said, "I really hope that the elves would form an alliance with us. It would be best for the continent if all non-human races unite against both the demons and the divine race. When that happens, I can then take the beast skin scroll to the Buddha Emperor, my father-in-law, as well as Boris. As long as they agree to deal with the divine realm, Then we would have nothing to fear. Billy looked at Zhao Hai, and then with a serious tone he said, "Rest assured, we can certainly deal with all of our enemies, whether it be the demons or the divine race. Everyone who wants to enslave our races shall be eliminated." Zhao Hai replied, "I also believe that we can defeat them. I just hope that the elves would be on our side. Otherwise, when the divine race comes, we couldn't just accept them as allies. And with no point of retreat, the elves would be placed in a dangerous position." Billy nodded, then said, "This time, whether we succeed or not, we should go and deal with the dragon race. Their reputation alone is causing huge problems. Moreover, their current arrangement divided the continent in half. This wouldn't be a good thing for us when the divine race arrives." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm aware of that. That is why I immediately thought of eliminating them. After I head back, I shall start to deal with the dragons. We can't afford to wait anymore lest more problems pop up." While the two were talking, a female elf had come in from outside. She brought a bottle of wine as well as some fruits. After placing the food on the table, she looked at Billy and Zhao Hai and said, "Please have a taste. These fruits and wines are special products of our elven race." Naturally, Zhao Hai and Billy didn't decline. After thanking the elf, they immediately tasted the fruit and wine. There was no need to mention it. The fruit and wine were extremely good. This was especially true for the wine. It had a variety of fruit aroma as well as a very special taste. When the two had drank a glass of liquor, Jeller came in. Upon entering, she gave a salute to the two and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, Her Majesty has invited you in." The two immediately stood up and followed Jeller out. After walking round and round the tree for who knows how long, they finally came out from a hole in the trunk. Then they went on further outside and arrived in a thick branch. This branch was very large and had twigs that formed a platform with an area of about 10,000 meters squared. And erected on this platform was a palace. The palace wasn't very big. Its body was completely made out of wood branches. Moreover, these branches were still alive, as seen from the green leaves that can be seen here and there. There were no guards in this palace. What can be seen on its huge entrance were elves that were continuously going in and out. Before long, Jeller took the two into the palace. While walking along, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at the ground. The floor of the palace was made out of leaves that were carefully cut and arranged into very beautiful patterns. Then Jeller led them towards a great hall that had Life Temple written on it. It seems like this temple was named after the god that the elves worship, the god of life. When the three people entered the temple, Zhao Hai and Billy couldn't help but stare. Inside the temple wasn't only the elf queen. There were chairs inside the hall where elves can be seen sitting. The hall was packed. It had an audience of no less than 100 people. In the innermost part of the hall were 3 chairs. The chair on the middle was more elevated from the other two and there was a female elf sitting on it. This elf doesn't look old. She wore a green robe and had a magic staff on her hand. She also had a crown made out of vines on top of her head, giving her a noble aura. It seems like this person was the elf queen. On the left side of the queen was another female elf. She looked quite old due to the wrinkles on her face. However, her eyes was shining, and the seriousness on her face made people feel like she wasn't a person that was easy to get along with. On the left side of the queen was a tall and handsome man. Even if one were to consider the other elves around him, he still stood out. His figure was quite tall and he had a very symmetrical build. He had a neat small beard that didn't make him look less attractive. Instead, it actually made him exude a more manly charm. On his left hand was a sword while on his right hand was a harp. Unexpectedly, he was an elf who was an expert in both sword and harp. The elves commonly studied either magic, swords, or the harp. There were almost no elves who had both martial and magic cultivation. However, there were people who can actually study both the sword and the harp. However, these people were in the extreme minority. This was because studying both fields can cause a person to divide their attention, making their progress mediocre. But at the same time, there were still people among the elven race that were referred to as heavenly gifted in their childhood. These people are extremely gifted in both sword and harp. When these people finish their study, They would be called Great Warriors. These Great Warriors are amongst the fewest of the few in the entire Elven race. Jellar brought Zhao Hai in front of the Queen before she stopped and bowed, reporting to Her Majesty, the Great Elder, and the Prince. Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai has arrived. This was a special characteristic of the Elves. Their ruling body not only comprises of the Queen, they also have the Elders' Assembly as well as the Prince's Palace. This Elders' Assembly was composed of elf elders that were chosen. Majority of them were women, the other men were part of the Queen's courtiers, men who follow by her side. The Prince's Palace was generally the hall of the Queen's husband. The Prince's men also held some sort of authority. These three group were the core body of the elf community. Once something related to the whole race comes us, these three would convene and vote for it. Zhao Hai and Billy quickly took a step forward and gave a bow to the Queen, Great Elder, and the Prince and said, Zhao Hai. Billy has seen the Queen, the Great Elder, and the Prince. The Queen nodded and said, in behalf of my elven race, I welcome Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai. Please have a seat. The Queen's voice was very nice to hear. It had a certain magnetic charm to it. Although her voice wasn't loud, one could still hear every single word very clearly. Chapter 656, Anger. After Zhao Hai had sat down, he immediately felt countless amounts of gazes targeted towards him. Some of these gazes even held great hostility, while some were loathing. Zhao Hai was very clear about why he was receiving such gazes. It was either because he was human or he was a dark mage. Both conditions were enough to make elves look at him in a negative way. It was needless to say that the elves might even hate humans much more than the divine race. After all, the hatred between the elves and the divine realm happened too long ago. Even if the lifespans of the elves were more than the humans, not even them can live for longer than 10,000 years. Moreover, it was also impossible to remember matters of tens of thousands of years ago. On the other hand, their hatred for the humans was quite recent. Although it had happened in about less than 1,000 years ago, there were elves who were still alive from back then. Therefore, the elves still held a huge grudge against the human race. Additionally, Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Dark mages were deemed by the elves to be the most repugnant profession there is. The elves respected life and loved peace. Although they were quite fastidious about art, they were even more fastidious when it comes to peace and preservation of life. It was to the point of extreme obsession. Because of this, the summoning magics of the dark mages were seen to be the biggest disrespect to the elven beliefs. Reanimating a person who was already dead was an insult to life. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not confused about the gazes that were thrown his way. After they had sat down, the Queen looked at Billy and Zhao Hai. Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, I want to know, is Patriarch Billy really telling the truth? Patriarch Zhao Hai, do you have any proof to back your claims? Zhao Hai looked at the Queen in annoyance. He didn't think that the elves would still be doubtful this far into their contact. However, he still took out the beast skin scroll that was signed by the dwarves, the beastmen and the fishmen. Then he stood up and said, to the Queen, read this and you will know. The elf queen nodded. Then she beckoned her hand as an elf received Zhao Hai's beast skin scroll and handed it over to the Queen. The Queen opened the scroll and carefully read the contents inside. She noticed Billy's and the others' mark. Her face couldn't help but show surprise. The dwarves, the beastmen, and the fishmen were huge groups of the continent. In the past, the elves also had contact with these races. Only when the Radiant Church instigated the humans to break the relationships with these races did the elves come in contact with the others' races fewer and fewer times. Only when the dwarves had dug their tunnel did the elves have in contact with them. Although it had been a long time since contact has been made, the Queen can still recognize the unique marks of the other races. These marks were simply unable to be forged. Additionally, Billy was sitting right there, which proves that these marks were indeed real. After looking at the scroll, the Queen handed it over to the Great Elder before turning her head to Zhao Hai and said, it seems like Mr. is telling the truth. Also, Did the Radiant Church and the Dragon race really occupy the Ocean Waves dynasty as well as the Lion Empire? Zhao Hai just nodded since there was no need for useless words. He really couldn't understand why the Queen refused to believe in him. He and Billy had time and time again displayed their sincerity, but after all this time, the Queen was still doubtful. This annoyed Zhao Hai very much. The Great Elder also looked at the scroll before she handed it over to the prince. At this time the Queen asked, "And does Mr. have any plans?" Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "I do." I don't think that the dragon's action this time was due to pure coincidence. It was possible that they had received a message from the divine realm. Therefore, as soon as I leave the forest, I shall go and deal with the dragons. Their race needs to be eliminated from the continent. Otherwise, we would be placed in grave danger once the divine race arrives. The Elf Queen looked at Zhao Hai. Her eyes shone with interest, making her more attractive than before. The Queen expressed her noble aura as she asked with a serious tone, "Is Mr. confident in dealing with the dragon race?" Seeing the look on the Queen's face, Zhao Hai knew that she was thinking about how invincible the dragons were. It was no wonder that the Queen had her current expression when she heard that Zhao Hai was going to eliminate the dragons. Zhao Hai didn't become polite, he just nodded and said, "I do. I have no choice." After all, the dragons had controlled the Lion Empire, essentially having the entire continent. If we don't deal with the dragons, then when the divine race comes, they would be able to establish a base in Lion Empire. Then, along with the Ocean Waves dynasty, the two of them would quickly take care of the Buddha Empire. After that, they can then focus on attacking the Rosen Empire and the Aksa Empire. And most importantly, the Lion Empire separates the dwarves and the elves. The elimination of the dragons is required for the future cooperation between the dwarves and the elves in dealing with the divine race. The Elf Queen nodded. At this time, the prince had also read the beast skin scroll. He curled it and then passed it over to an elf and had it returned to Zhao Hai. The prince looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what does Mr. require of our elf race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, "You don't have to do anything. I just want the elves to know this so that when the divine race comes, we could stand side by side in resisting and fighting back." But then the Great Elder suddenly said, "And how can you assure our safety? How can we feel relieved when fighting together with you? How can we make sure that you're not doing this just to enslave us?" Zhao Hai had already thought about this issue, so with a serious tone he answered, "As long as the elves is our ally, I, Zhao Hai, shall assure your race's absolute security. I have the strength to back this up." The Great Elder coldly snorted and said, "Do you really believe that the elven race would ally with you with just those few words? Aren't you being too naive?" At this point, Zhao Hai had gotten angry. Ever since him and Billy started their contact with the elves, the latter had always been dragging its feet. And now, he had come with sincere intent, but the other party was still being like this, not trusting him. This made Zhao Hai fume with anger. He looked at the Queen, the Prince, and then the Great Elder before he said with a cold voice, "I came here in the hopes of forming an alliance with the elf race. I was hoping that you would know that your race wouldn't be excluded from being targets when the divine race comes. I'm only here to propose an alliance and not to beg for help. If you ally with us, then only good things would happen to the elves. When the divine race arrives, you would have allies to share the burden of battle with. Moreover, if the divine race comes, do you really think that we would be in the mood to enslave the elven race?" Billy was similarly incensed. The elves might be clueless, but Billy was aware of what Zhao Hai had done in the past few days. He had kept going back and forth to different races just to unite them all. His effort alone was already worthy of respect. The elves' completely distrustful attitude truly lit the fuse of this dwarf patriarch. Billy stood up and looked angrily at the elf queen as well as the others. "What do you mean? You still don't trust Zhao Hai?" "I had already told you before, besides being a human, he had become a foreign elder to the dwarves. At the same time, he is also a foreign prince of the beastmen. Moreover, he is also in extremely good graces with the fishmen. Is this status still not enough for the elves? Are you looking down on us?" Dwarves have their own temper. and it was not easy for them to hold back for a long time. Zhao Hai has been regarded well by Billy. In this case, how could Billy tolerate the elves' distrust of Zhao Hai? This was akin to the elves being distrustful to the dwarves. The elf queen frowned. She also thought that the Great Elder's words were somewhat improper. In fact, the elves had already investigated the words coming from the dwarves and the queen was already willing to form an alliance with Zhao Hai. However, she didn't have the means to make a decision because the Great Elder has been opposing to it all this time. This was the reason why this matter has been dragged on for so long. The queen understood why Zhao Hai and Billy would get angry at the Great Elder's words. She already trusted Zhao Hai and Billy. Even if she had doubts about the human, her suspicion didn't extend to the dwarf. The elves had been in contact with the dwarves for a long time, so the queen was aware about their temperament. The queen can affirm that the dwarves wouldn't just help the humans to deal with an enemy if the reason was not fully investigated through. But at this time, the Great Elder once again coldly snorted and said, "And why would I trust a human? Even if he is the foreign elder of the dwarves as well as a foreign prince of the beastmen, he is still a human. Also, the dwarves have been living easy because of the elves, and you count yourself as our equal?" Completely laughable. When he heard the Great Elder words, Billy's face expression turned completely dark. So it turns out that the elves are the savior of the dwarves? Ha ha ha. This is the most ridiculous joke that I had ever heard. We have it easy, just from those artworks that you make. Our dwarven ironwares are famous all over the continent. At the same time, we dwarves also have no problems when it came to food and clothing. On the other hand, you elves have been using your products in order to trade for supplies from my dwarf race. Now, I must ask the Great Elder, what days did the elven race have before we came in contact with you? Now, after we dwarves came, how much did your quality of life improve? Chapter 657, A Suspicious Great Elder. Billy wasn't incorrect. The reason why the dwarves were living well even until now was their ironware, and with how the Buddha Empire exhibited their prowess, dwarven ironware has been known to be the best all around. On the other hand, even if elven wares were expensive, their rate of production was just pitifully low. If it weren't for the dwarves, the elves wouldn't have ample living materials. After all, there was no way to get in contact with the elves, nor was it easy to interact with them. Among the races in the continent, it was the elves that were the hardest to approach. When the Great Elder heard Billy, he didn't know what to say, but this also made her angry. The elder had always thought that the elves were the most noble race in the continent. This was because the elves were the most beautiful, had the longest lifespan, and were able to make the best artworks. This fact made the elves very proud, to the point that they looked down on the other races. In fact, the dwarves were too crude in their eyes. If they didn't need to trade for living necessities, then they wouldn't have come in contact with the dwarves. The main reason of this thinking was the fact that they were not in contact with other races. They had always thought that they were the most noble while always staying inside their kingdom. They were like frogs inside a well, thinking that the sky was the only one that existed. At the current time, there were still a lot of elves who had this mentality. After all, they hadn't come in contact with the outside world. This caused them to gradually have this attitude of self-importance. The queen was aware of this quality, but she didn't have the means to change it. This was because the elves cannot come in contact with the humans. At the same time, they also see the beastmen to be quite dangerous. In all honesty, the queen was feeling quite helpless with regards to this matter. One shouldn't see the queen as the one who managed the entire elven kingdom. With both the prince and the Great Elder to decide matters with, the queen felt powerless. It was just unfortunate that the elves always had this type of governance. Normally, the queen and the prince should have a more intimate interaction with each other. After all, the prince was the queen's husband. However, the queen's current situation was a bit special. Although they were husband and wife, the prince was actually the son of the Great Elder. That is to say, the queen was actually the daughter-in-law of the Great Elder. Since the prince grew up in the care of the Great Elder, everything was done in accordance to the Great Elder's decision. Therefore, when a matter arrives, it was always the Great Elder and the prince who would come into a unanimous decision. If it weren't for the Great Elder, The queen wouldn't have allowed Zhao Hai's matters to reach this point. When the nearby prince saw that Billy was berating the Great Elder, he immediately became angry. He stood up and pointed to Billy and said, "Rude. How dare you disrespect the Great Elder? Apologize immediately." Billy turned his head to the prince. He coldly snorted and said, "Me? Being rude? Isn't that something that I should say to you? Don't forget, I am the patriarch of the dwarven race, a position that is equal to your queen. Meanwhile, you're just a prince. What gave you the authority to scold me? Who do you think you are?" The explosive temper of the dwarves was quite famous in the continent. At this point, Billy couldn't stomach the elves' attitude of always having their noses turned to the skies. Billy's politeness had already run out. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder and the prince. He couldn't understand how the matter reached this point. Why were the Great Elder and the prince having these reactions? They came to the elves this time to offer an alliance, not to ask for anything. Moreover, it was an alliance to fight shoulder to shoulder when the divine race came. In this case, why was the Great Elder in opposition to this? What exactly was he thinking? Zhao Hai was frowning while looking at both the Great Elder and the prince. It might be an illusion, but Zhao Hai saw that when Billy and the prince quarreled, the Great Elder had a flash of happiness in her eyes. An alarm suddenly sounded inside Zhao Hai's heart. He can remember the time when the beastmen were being brainwashed by the Radiant Church. Was it possible for the church to brainwash an elf? Was the Great Elder brainwashed by the Radiant Church? But Zhao Hai changed his mind. If this was really the case, that the Great Elder was a person of the Radiant Church, then she would have already told the church about their plans. But from the response of the church, it seems like they still weren't aware of his plan. This made Zhao Hai doubt his initial suspicion. When the prince heard Billy, his handsome face turned red. He unsheathed the sword on his waist and pointed it towards Billy. "Apologize, otherwise, face death." Billy looked at the prince coldly and said, "Letting me apologize? Keep dreaming. If you want to fight me, then bring it on. Let's see who survives to the very end." Since he came to see the queen, Billy didn't bring any weapons. However, dwarves were never afraid of a fight. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't just go down that easily. The queen frowned and said, "Gay, that's enough. Don't forget, Patriarch Billy came more politely. Don't be disrespectful." Just as the queen finished talking, the Great Elder suddenly said, "How could it be disrespectful? We still haven't formed an alliance with them. They just want us to be in an alliance with them so that when they can slowly enslave our race once again." Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder. He was still quite suspicious towards her, but he didn't express it. He just turned to the Great Elder and said, "I'll have to disagree with that, Great Elder. After all, your combat prowess won't reduce when you become our allies. At that point, how could we possibly enslave you? Moreover, are you confident in resisting the attack of the divine race? Will you be safe by yourselves?" The Great Elder coldly snorted and said, "Even if we surrender to the divine race, at least we won't be treated as slaves." When Zhao Hai heard the Great Elder, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. His eyes flashed a cold light and said, "How can the Great Elder be sure that the divine race wouldn't enslave you? If the divine race was not planning to enslave you, then why did the elves join the war against them a long time ago? How can the Great Elder make her current judgment? Has the Great Elder been in contact with the Radiant Church?" After hearing Zhao Hai speak, the entire hall suddenly turned quiet. All the elves present were looking at the Great Elder. The elves weren't stupid. In fact, they were more intelligent than the dwarves or the beastmen. It was only because of their beauty as well as the plot of the Radiant Church that they were unable to come in contact with the humans. One must know that in the past, during the time where the elves were still in contact with the continent, there were a lot of big merchants who were elves. At the same time, there were even some elves who held high-ranking position in the various nations. This was ample evidence for the elven intellect. Zhao Hai's question immediately made the elves inside the hall find something wrong. Zhao Hai's trip was done in pure sincerity. He didn't even make the elves leave their forest. He also didn't say that the elves would have to listen to his command. He only came to propose the alliance to the Elf Queen, and to express his idea of fighting together against the divine race. In this case, The Great Elder's reaction was truly overboard, especially when she said that they would just surrender to the divine race. This made the elves doubt her words. The Great Elder also discovered that her mouth had slipped, but she didn't surrender and steeled her resolve. Correct. A person from the Radiant Church came. They were very sincere in their visit and told me that as long as the elves help the divine race control the continent, then they would guarantee the safety of our race. They also assured me that the elves would continue living inside the elven forest. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder and said, "How come the Great Elder believed their promise while doubting mine? I am a foreign elder of the dwarves as well as a foreign prince of the beastmen. My status should be a match for the Radiant Church. May I know then why?" The Great Elder looked at Zhao Hai and then sneered. "That's an easy question. Did you realize who you are, Zhao Hai? You're a dark mage. How could you be credible when you don't even respect the dead? I would never believe you. I might as well believe a light mage than a dark mage." When the other elves heard the Great Elder, humming discussion was suddenly heard inside the hall. It was clear that they approved of the Great Elder's view. Zhao Hai couldn't help but couldn't smile and said, being respectful to people, "Great Elder, can you really be this naive? Do you know the reason why the races became like this? Do you know why the elves were turned into slaves by the humans? Do you know why the humans suddenly loathed the other races when they were initially peaceful with them? May I know whether the Great Elder had thought of these questions?" The Great Elder coldly snorted and said, "It is because of how greedy the humans can be. Therefore, they suppress the different races of the continent. What further thinking does this need?" Zhao Hai sneered. "The reason why I claim that the Great Elder is being naive was because the Great Elder seemed to not have recognized the core of the matter. The reason of the current situation was due to the fact that the human records have been changed. In the past, history books of the humans depicted the dwarves and the beastmen with a positive light. Although the beastmen loved to fight while the dwarves had shallow temper, they were still written to be good people. On the other hand, the elves were also regarded quite well. Nor only are elves seen as gentle, they were written to be intelligent as well as people who loved art. All these descriptions were worthy for the readers to respect the races. The elves in the hall couldn't help but nod. Even the Great Elder nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "But later on, some people revised the contents of the human books. In this revision, the beastmen turned from being brave to being ruthless barbarians. The dwarves had turned into being with unreasonable temper. But since the elves had zero negatives to their attitude, they were written to be races who had nothing else but beauty. The humans were slowly influenced by these books and suddenly changed their attitude towards the other races, and before long, they were suppressing them." Does the Great Elder know who revised the records? Chapter 658. Rebels. The Great Elder couldn't help but stare when she heard Zhao Hai. Although they have their own records, the elves' history only recorded how the humans have suppressed them. It didn't record the reason why. Because of this, the elves had always blamed their suppression and enslavement to the greed of humans. Now that Zhao Hai expressed this matter, things suddenly seemed to be not so simple. The Great Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "And do you know who did it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I do. The humans aren't like the elves or the dwarves who always had peace with each other. Due to the ambitions of the humans, they weren't able to unite internally and even had multiple cases of war. This made it hard to preserve human history and extremely easy for someone to slip in some revisions. And there is an organization that can easily do it in the past, and it was the Radiant Church." It was not only the elves who were startled with Zhao Hai's words. Billy was the same. All of them stared at Zhao Hai, waiting for him to back his own words. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Radiant Church had existed way before all of us thought. They were just being extremely low-key, only becoming slowly formidable in the recent several hundred years. Before the church officially rose, they were sending their priests to various battlefields in the continent and offering help to injured soldiers as well as affected commoners. This allowed the Radiant Church to accumulate universal praise from everyone. Sometime after that, The nations in the continent started to trust the church with the responsibility of being in charge of the human records. It was at that point that the church started to revise the history books of the human race. Humans suppressing the various races was caused by this revisions by the church. In their edition of human history, the other races of the continent were lesser beings. They made humans feel disgust in interacting with these lesser races. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai. They have not heard about this before. Then Zhao Hai continued, in the Radiant Church's revision, the dwarves, beastmen, and fishmen were lesser beings that were diseased and should not be mingled with. It was said that anybody that came in contact with these races for too long would turn into the same lesser being. This made the humans stray away from the other races. However, the Radiant Church came into a problem when it came to the elves. The elves were perfect in human standards. There were no negative things to pin on them. Therefore, the Radiant Church wrote that the elves were historically high-quality slaves. In this way, the humans would enslave the elves, which in turn, made the elves loathe the humans. And now, Great Elder, you actually believed such words from that organization. Ha 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 ha. This should be the funniest joke that I have ever heard. When she heard Zhao Hai, the Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. With a paled face, the Great Elder retorted, "This is only based on your own words. Who knows if they are true or not?" Zhao Hai gave the Great Elder a cold look before saying, "The Great Elder still doesn't believe me?" "Right, I forgot to ask. I believe Patriarch Billy had included the matter where I repaired their divine artifact in the letter that he sent. I can repair your divine artifact as well." The artifact spirit of the dwarves already told us the reason why they fought with the divine race. This was not only because they want to enslave you, but it was also because the god that you worshipped is in opposition to the god that the church idolized. For the church to rule this continent, the god that needed to be worshipped should only be the radiant god, not the individual gods of the races. Once everyone believed in the radiant god, the other gods would lose spiritual support, which would allow the god of the Radiant Church to eliminate them. O Great Elder, trusting the Radiant Church is akin to trusting the Radiant God. This also meant that you are betraying your God of life. I don't know if the Great Elder is aware of this. The Great Elder's face turned dark when she heard Zhao Hai. She couldn't bear sitting still as she stood up and glared at Zhao Hai. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. Do you really think that we'll believe you just because you told us that you can fix our divine artifact? You're completely talking nonsense. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder and coldly snorted, "I can fix your divine artifact. There's no need to deceive you with this. Just hand me your divine artifact and you'll know then whether I can fix it or not." With a berating tone, the Great Elder shouted, "And why would we hand our divine artifact over to you? Who knows, maybe you'll steal our divine artifact away." Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder's reaction and became sure that the Great Elder was a chess piece that the Radiant Church had sent inside the Elven race. Otherwise, she wouldn't have these responses. He had always spoken with sincerity. If one weren't a person of the Radiant Church, then they wouldn't have reacted like this. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer at the Great Elder's claims. "Great Elder, your accusations are not very pleasant to hear. Moreover, if I really intended to steal your divine artifact, then there's no way for you to stop me, and there would be no need for me to do about it in a roundabout manner." At this moment, the prince, who hadn't spoke for quite some time, loudly said, "Complete nonsense. And for daring to snatch my elven race's divine artifact, you deserve to die." Then he stabbed his sword towards Zhao Hai. Nobody thought that Gay would act like this. After seeing Gay's action, the queen immediately shouted, "Gay, stop!" However, it was already too late. Gay's thorn sword was already close to reaching Zhao Hai. One must know that Gay was an elven great warrior who was outstanding in both the harp and the sword. There was no need to mention about his strength. Gay was a talented elf, being peak 8th rank strength despite being relatively young. In addition to the emphasis of speed in elven sword techniques, Gay's attack was no less than a sneak attack. Gay wasn't far from Zhao Hai, so a short time after his words just fell, his sword was already at Zhao Hai's throat. Billy's face changed completely. Although he was near Zhao Hai, He still couldn't block Gay because of his lack of weapon. But even so, Billy still roared as he aimed his fist towards Gay's head. He wanted Gay to abandon his sword strike in order to dodge the punch. However, it seems like Billy had underestimated Gay's strength. Gay's sword was extremely quick, so he didn't care about Billy's punch since he knew that he could still dodge the punch right after he killed Zhao Hai. But at the same time, Gay also had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. While the sword was heading towards his throat, Zhao Hai didn't even move an inch. Instead, he looked at Gay with a contemptuous gaze. Gay felt that something was wrong when he saw this gaze, but it was already too late to retract his attack. Gay hardened his resolve as he accelerated his stab towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't make a move as Gay's sword reached his sword. Upon seeing that the sword was about to puncture through the other party's throat, Gay revealed an elated expression. He thought that Zhao Hai was dead. But it didn't take a long time before Gay noticed that there was no stabbing feeling on his sword. Instead, he heard a ding sound before his sword stopped moving further. Gay stared, then he saw that Zhao Hai's throat had turned into a crystal. While Gay was in a daze, Zhao Hai had grasped his sword, which turned it into a crystal as well. Then when the sword crystallized, Zhao Hai made a small twist, shattering the blade into pieces. Gay was startled. He immediately loosened his grip on the sword as he used his toes to propel him backwards, dodging Billy's punch as well. Then he returned to his chair as he grasped hold of his harp. But at this moment, Zhao Hai made a move. He appeared in front of Gay and grasped his neck. He raised Gay with only one arm as he coldly looked at him and said, "You want to kill me? Is it because I have spoken the truth?" Gay's throat was seized by Zhao Hai, making it hard for him to breathe as his face turned red. He looked frightened at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Moreover, he had expected that Zhao Hai was a mage. He didn't imagine that Zhao Hai was also a very formidable warrior. At this time, the Great Elder and the Queen responded. The Great Elder angrily shouted as she wielded her magic staff and began casting a spell at Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai coldly snorted as an incredible pressure began to burst out from his body. Although Zhao Hai cannot use his god-rank strength, his 9th rank power was still something that the Great Elder couldn't endure. This was when the Great Elder discovered that Zhao Hai was actually a 9th rank expert. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder with a cold gaze. "Great Elder, I'm afraid that the situation isn't as simple as you being approached by the Radiant Church. I think you are a person of the Radiant Church itself." The Great Elder's face was struggling right now. It seems like she was holding on with all she had. "You talk nonsense. Don't think that since you are a 9th rank expert, you can tell anything you want. Don't think that my elven race doesn't have a 9th rank expert as well." Zhao Hai actually smiled faintly and said, "Elf friend, you had been observing for quite some time. Why don't you come out and see me?" Then just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, an old sigh was heard. "My elven race has truly been unfortunate. We've made a joke out of ourselves in front of Mr. I'll be honest to Mr. I had also just recently discovered that she is actually a person from the Radiant Church. Mr. Rest assured, I already snatched her letter for the Radiant Church. I just wanted to see what moves they'll do next. I just didn't think that she would betray her own race." Sigh. "This is really a huge misfortune to my elf race." Along with this sound, an old elf walked into the hall. After this elf appeared, every single elf in the room stood up and bowed to the old elf. "We have seen the Supreme Elder." 2. The old elf nodded and turned to Zhao Hai. "Mr. I ask you to please put him down. We will surely provide you with a satisfactory response." Zhao Hai loosened his grip on Gay, then he turned to the old elf and bowed. "The Supreme Elder is too polite. This is an internal matter of the elves, and since I'm a human, then I will surely hand this matter over to you. I just came here to offer an alliance. How about we resume this matter tomorrow?" The old elf returned the bow and said, "We apologize to Mr. Then, Mr. Please." Zhao Hai and Billy gave a salute to the old elf before they both left the hall. 1. And since Billy is a dwarf, it could be described as an uppercut. XD. 2. Like any other elder, but his robe just had a supreme logo in it. XD. Chapter 659, Supreme Elder. After seeing that Billy and Zhao Hai had left the hall, the old elf then turned to the Great Elder and Gay before he lightly sighed and said, "Ever since we received Patriarch Billy's first letter, I had always been paying attention to the entire tree of life. Since I don't want things to be known to the Radiant Church and don't want to hinder our chances in dealing with the divine race, I have intercepted every letter that came out." The Great Elder's face couldn't help but get pale when she heard the Supreme Elder. Gay's face was quite ugly as well. This was because they had indeed been sending letters to the Radiant Church all this time. The Supreme Elder looked at the Great Elder and Gay. "Although I always thought that doing this was nonsense, our records pertaining to the divine race was indeed too terrible, so I still made an effort. However, I just didn't expect to find those letters addressed to the Radiant Church. And even if they were encrypted, I can still make sense of some of those words. I didn't think that there would be traitors in my own race." Then the Supreme Elder stared coldly at the Great Elder. "So what made you betray your own race? Your own beliefs? Tell me." The Great Elder looked at the Supreme Elder. Her eyes flashed with fear. However, this fear was immediately replaced by fanaticism. She loudly declared, "The God's will is everywhere, and you all should surrender to the Radiant God. It is your privilege to serve under him. God is omnipotent. God is all-powerful. God will lead us to the shining light." The Supreme Elder looked at the Great Elder's expression and his face sank. Then a ray of light came out of the hands of the Supreme Elder and entered the Great Elder's body. The Great Elder pitifully groaned out before her body collapsed on the floor. Then the Supreme Elder turned his head to Gay and did the same thing. Gay cried out before collapsing. Then the Supreme Elder turned his head to the Queen and said, "I have crippled their cultivation. Take them away." The Queen nodded. Then she immediately had people drag the bodies of the Great Elder and Gay away. At this time, everyone in the hall was paying attention to the Supreme Elder. Similarly, the Supreme Elder scanned the hall and then said, "Our race's history is divided into two parts. One part is accessible to everyone while the other can only be read by our race's 9th rank experts. In the records, the Ark continent had been subjected into a war against the divine race. Our elven race is a main force during that war. The dwarves and the beastmen were main components as well. There was also the Mermaid clan and some human 9th ranks that joined. However, a lot of the human 9th ranks were also on the side of the divine race along with the dragon race. The war was incredibly fierce, and in the end, the elves, dwarves, and beastmen's divine artifacts managed to wound the god-ranked expert, driving him back to the divine realm. In that fight, the divine artifacts of the three races were seriously damaged. The beastman race's beast god spear was heavily injured. The dwarven race's iron hammer was similarly wounded. Only our elven race's bow sustained light injuries. At one time, the Elven Bow's artifact spirit managed to materialize for a short time, informing our ancestors about the war with the divine race. After that, the artifact spirit fell into a deep slumber. The elves in the hall were very silent as they listened to the Supreme Elder. They were completely unaware that there was another part in their race's history. The Supreme Elder looked at the people present and said, "Just like what Mr. Zhao Hai said, the Radiant Church's God in the divine realm is in a hostile relationship with our own God. This made them send people to deal with us, and wanting to control the entire Ark continent, enslaving all of the races in the process. They will treat us as livestock, and when our strengths reached a sufficient level, they would send us to the divine realm and join their army." Basically, the divine race wanted to turn the Ark continent into a soldier-producing factory. Because of this, the major races in the continent decided to resist the divine race. Mr. Zhao Hai did nothing wrong, and we will establish an alliance with him to deal with the incoming divine race. No elf in the hall dared to oppose. All of them simultaneously nodded. The Supreme Elder nodded and turned his head to the Queen and said, "You have done well all these years. You shall go form an alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai tomorrow." Mr. Zhao Hai came here in person despite being a 9th rank expert himself. This is already giving us a huge face. Discuss this matter with him yourself. At the same time, deliver the Elven Bow to Mr. Zhao Hai and ask him to help us fix it. If Mr. can fix our divine artifact, then it would be good for our race. I suspect that there are more traitors within our race. When the divine artifact gets fixed, finding those rebels would be easy." Then the Supreme Elder scanned the hall as if looking for the traitors present. The elves in the hall felt their backs to be coldly sweating. Even if they haven't betrayed their race, the Supreme Elder's gaze alone made them feel guilty. The Queen immediately nodded in reply. The Supreme Elder also gave her a nod before turning around to leave. After the Supreme Elder left, the Queen looked at the other elves and said, "All right. Everyone can go back. Make sure to manage your subordinates well. This is a special period in our race. While the divine artifact is being fixed, nobody is allowed to leave the Tree of Life." The elves nodded before they stood up and left the hall. After the group left, the Queen found herself weak as she sat on her chair. She didn't feel great at all. Of the two who were captured, one of them was her husband while the other was her mother-in-law. At this time, Jeller walked in and went towards the Queen. "Mother, what just happened? Why were Nana and Father dragged away?" The Queen looked at her and sighed. Then she told Jeller about everything that just happened. Jeller looked at the Queen, her expression as though she couldn't believe it. "Mother, are you telling the truth? How could that be possible? Why would Father betray our own race? Why would Nana side with the Radiant Church?" The Queen shook her head and said, "I also don't know. I have lived for many years with your father, but I still didn't notice that he is a person of the Radiant Church. At the same time, your Nana has lived here for her entire lifetime yet nobody noticed that she was a traitor. If Mr. Zhao Hai didn't come here, then we wouldn't have known about it for a long time." Jeller looked bewildered at the Queen. She didn't know what to say. There was really no way to explain this matter. The Great Elder had lived with the elves for her whole life, even to the point of being the Great Elder. She did her best for the betterment of the race and also hated the humans to the bone. It was because of her qualities that she managed to attain her current position. But who would have thought that she would actually be a person of the Radiant Church? The Queen looked at Jeller and sighed. It wasn't only Jeller. The Queen couldn't accept what happened as well. But since there were still matters that needed to be processed, the Queen looked at Jeller and said, "Jeller, make sure to take care of Mr. Zhao Hai's group as much as possible. There shouldn't be any mistakes. I shall deliver the bow to Mr. Zhao Hai tonight. At the same time, I shall also ask him why the Great Elder and Gay would betray us. I think he knows the reason why." When she heard the Queen's instructions, Jeller immediately nodded. Then she turned around to leave. In the Elven race, the children were always more closer to their mothers. This was because the elves were a matriarchal race. The key positions of the government were mostly handled by women. Because of this, Jeller didn't have much of a connection to Gay. But no matter what, Gay was still Jeller's father. This matter made Jeller sad. She didn't understand why her father would do such a thing. When Zhao Hai and Billy returned to the room that was arranged for them, Billy immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, were the Great Elder and Gay really sent by the Radiant Church?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Great Elder is for certain. However, Gay might not be. Gay is the Great Elder's child, so it was possible that it was the Great Elder who educated him about this since childhood. Therefore, making Gay exhibit such actions, the Great Elder was brainwashed by the church while Gay was brainwashed by the Great Elder." Billy knit his brows and said, "Maniac. She's really a maniac for doing this to her own child." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "This is in line with the church's philosophy. These people were avid devotees of the church. For the church, they would give up everything they have." Billy frowned. "That 9th rank elder clearly saw Gay attack you. So why didn't he stop it? What happens if you weren't a 9th rank expert?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't exhibit my 9th rank aura, so that's why you can't notice it. However, other 9th ranks would surely be able to feel it, so he just let it be. I just didn't expect the Supreme Elder to be so thorough. It was great that he had confiscated the Great Elder's letter when he found out. Otherwise, our plans would have been in trouble." Billy frowned and said, "Right, we were too careless this time. Fortunately, they did things very carefully. It would be terrible if our plans were to be known to the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed and said, "I thought that since the elves have isolated themselves from the world, then the Radiant Church would not have the opportunity to get to them. We weren't careful enough and underestimated the church. The Radiant Church has been preparing their plans for countless years. Their moves might always be out of our expectations." Billy nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is the story about the church changing history true? Is that the reason why the humans started to suppress the other races?" Chapter 660, Fixing the Elven Bow. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also wasn't aware of this matter before, but when I went to the fishmen, I discovered that their history was much more complete. It was them who told me about this matter." Billy's expression calmed down as he said, "Radiant Church, truly vicious beings. Up until now, we still haven't understood why the humans have suppressed us. As it turns out, it was the Radiant Church's plan all along. We must completely destroy them, all of them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch, don't worry, we will surely have the opportunity to do that. We certainly will. Sooner or later, we will come in contact with the church. At that time, we will deal with them ourselves." Billy coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't be anxious about this. In any case, there would be an opportunity in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Billy and said, "Patriarch, what do you think would happen to the Great Elder and Gay?" Billy snorted and said, "They shouldn't be let off easily. Except for the humans, other races treat treason as a major crime." Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. What Billy said was true. Whether it be dwarves or beastmen, or even the proud elves, punish rebels quite severely. This was something that differed from the humans. In the continent, there were many human empires, and the humans on those empires had more sense of belonging to their own empire compared to the entire human race. At this time, Jeller arrived. Zhao Hai and Billy discovered that Jeller's expression wasn't the best, but they didn't say anything about it. Jeller accompanied the people who delivered them some food to eat. Elven diet was quite peculiar. They mostly don't eat meat, giving priority to consuming fruits and vegetables. Therefore, there were a lot of fruits and vegetables in the food that was presented to Billy and Zhao Hai. There was a staple food that seemed to taste like the breadfruit, but it didn't have a hard outer shell, and it was also shaped like a horn. Zhao Hai wasn't disgusted by the food, but Billy was different. The dwarves liked to eat meat, so when he saw the spread on the table, he couldn't help but lose appetite. After the food was set on the table, Jeller gave Billy and Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Please enjoy our food. If you need anything, just shake the bell on the table and someone will come and listen to your requests." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Jeller. The food looks delicious." Jeller gave another bow and then seemed to have some words that she wanted to say, but in the end, she didn't say it and just turned around to leave. Zhao Hai noticed her hesitation, so he smiled faintly and said, "Miss Jeller, wait. Do you have anything you want to say? Please, don't hesitate to tell us." When Jeller heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stop. She turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I just want to ask, why did the Great Elder and the Prince betray the elf race?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Jeller would ask this question. He looked at Jeller and asked, "Why would Miss Jeller ask about this matter? What relationship does the Great Elder and the Prince have with you?" Jeller's face paled slightly as she answered, "The Great Elder is my grandmother while the Prince is my father. If Mr. Zhao Hai knows the reason, please do tell me." Zhao Hai and Billy stared. They didn't expect that the person in front of them was an elven princess. While looking at Jeller, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sympathize with her. He sighed and said, "I have a guess, but it doesn't mean that it's true. It is highly possible that the Great Elder was a spy that was sent by the Radiant Church a long time ago." Jeller was confused at what Zhao Hai said. This was because Zhao Hai said that the Great Elder was sent by the Radiant Church. This was completely different from the Great Elder betraying the Elven race. Zhao Hai looked at Jeller and continued, "There has been a long-standing plan of the Church to abduct the children of major races and brainwash them, making loyal believers of the Radiant God. They will transform those children into people who would give everything for the Church's deity. After brainwashing those children, they would then send them back to their races, effectively infiltrating the races. I have come across a similar situation back in the Beastman Prairie. Therefore, I thought of the possibility of the Great Elder being one of these abducted children. As for Gay, he is the son of the Great Elder, so it is possible that he was educated by the Great Elder from a very young age. But all of these are my guesses. I cannot assure you that it is real. Jeller's face was quite pale while listening to Zhao Hai. She looked at the other party and said, "So Mr. means that the Great Elder was taken away by the Radiant Church when she was young. Then they sent her back after brainwashing. All of this just to deal with the Elven race? However, why does the Great Elder seem extremely passionate in serving our race?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong about that. Since your race is extremely sealed off, there was no opportunity to send information back to the Radiant Church. Therefore, she did the other method, work hard and gain a high rank. After that, she would then get access to the core of the race and get more secrets to send in an opportune time." Jeller and Billy nodded. This was a highly probable case. The Great Elder was in a position above tens of thousands of elves. If she wasn't discovered by the Supreme Elder, then the alliance would have failed. This was something that made spies extremely scary. Jeller bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I thank Mr. for dispelling my doubts. Then I wouldn't be disturbing Mr.'s meal any longer." Then she bowed towards Billy before turning around to leave. After Jeller left Zhao Hai's place, she immediately looked for the Queen. Then she told the Queen about what Zhao Hai had told her. After listening, the Queen immediately thought that this wasn't a simple matter, so she immediately went to the Supreme Elder and told him. After telling this to the Supreme Elder, the Supreme Elder's expression turned cold. Then he turned to the Queen and said, "What do you plan to do next?" The Queen replied, "I suspect that there are more spies aside from the Great Elder." The Great Elder had been in her position for many years, and she had also gained a lot of loyal followers that we need to deal with. "I plan to send the divine artifact to Patriarch Zhao Hai today. If Patriarch Zhao Hai can really fix the Elven Bow, then the matter would be taken care of easily. If he can't, then I'll have to ask the Supreme Elder to act. We must thoroughly check every elf inside the tree." The Supreme Elder nodded. "This is truly a matter that needs to be looked at. The Radiant Church's spies in our race need to be completely weeded out. Your Majesty, we should establish our alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai as soon as possible. There are only benefits that we can get out of it. At the same time, have the elves stop making artworks and have them make more weapons. In the fight against the divine race, artworks wouldn't be very useful." The Queen nodded. Then she turned around to leave. The Supreme Elder sighed. He was worried about the future of the continent. The divine race has been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Their strike should be as swift as a thunderbolt. Will the continent be prepared for it? Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about any of these right now. At this point, he was already finishing up the food along with Billy. To be honest, these elven fruits and vegetables weren't completely unpalatable. However, they weren't very good as well. They were too bland. With no seasoning, there wasn't any taste to be amazed about. On the other hand, the wine that the elves made were very good. While the two were sitting and chatting, an announcement was suddenly heard. "Her Majesty has arrived." Zhao Hai and Billy stared, but they immediately stood up. At this time, the Elf Queen had her men open the door before she walked in. The two immediately gave the Queen a salute. Then the Queen returned the gesture and said, "Patriarchs, please sit down. I am here to ask Mr. Zhao Hai for help." Then she waved her hand as Jeller brought a long bow in. This long bow was green, and seemed to be made out of a kind of crystal. It had a vine twining on its body and a single leaf on its top. On the other hand, the bowstring was something that Zhao Hai couldn't identify. It was not thick, and was even fairly transparent. If one wasn't paying attention, then they wouldn't notice its existence. The Queen extended both of her hands and received the bow. Then she lifted it towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. This is our elven race's divine artifact. We ask Mr. to try and fix it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I will certainly offer my help. I ask your Majesty to rest assured. However, it would require an evening's time. By tomorrow, your Majesty would be able to know if I was able to fix it or not. I also hope that your Majesty sends word that nobody is to disturb me tonight." Naturally, there was no need for the Queen to decline, so she immediately replied, "Mr. Don't worry, I will have people assigned to keep the surroundings peaceful. Patriarch Billy, I have arranged a separate room for you. What do you think? Billy understood what the queen meant. She was afraid that Billy would disturb Zhao Hai. This was a natural worry, so Billy nodded and said, I understand, then I shall take my leave. The queen expressed her gratitude to Billy before she led the dwarf patriarch out of the room, leaving Zhao Hai along inside. Zhao Hai didn't immediately head to the space, he just sat there and carefully examined the elven bow. The bow arm was made out of a kind of crystal, and it was evidently quite tough. On the other hand, the bowstring was not only hard to pull, it was also quite sharp to touch. It seems like if one wanted to use this bow, special techniques would need to be learned first. After examining for some time and finding out nothing, Zhao Hai then took the elven bow to the space. The moment he entered the space, a prompt was heard, damaged item detected, proceeding to repair it. Repair has been completed. Subduing the spirit. Unique crystal has been discovered. Extracting the crystal's properties. Improving the host's crystallization technique. Chapter 661, The Radiant Church's Backup. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the elven bow would actually give him some advantages. However, the surprise didn't end there. At this moment, another prompt was heard. Thread made out of special material has been detected. The silk thread was made out of variant spider silk. It is very tough. Extracting the silk's properties. Enhancing the host's combat suit. Cuffs has been added to the suit. These cuffs can spew out web in order to tangle the enemy. Zhao Hai was shocked this time. Wasn't his function too familiar? Wasn't this Spider-Man's ability? Zhao Hai shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. In any case, the space was already quite bizarre, so it would not be surprising for these things to happen. The space itself has Spider-Man's suit, so it wasn't strange that its function was added to Zhao Hai's own suit. Zhao Hai lowered his head and looked at the elven bow. He wanted to see what its artifact spirit looked like. At this time, a green light suddenly flashed from the bow as a person slowly floated out of it. This figure was very different from Iron Hammer and Bloody War. The figure was actually lying down. When her appearance completely materialized, she yawned and then slowly sat up, just like how an ordinary person would act after being woken up from sleep. Zhao Hai was curiously looking at this artifact spirit. She wasn't wearing the traditional elven robes, but was wearing a tight-fitting suit instead. This gave her a martial aura. At this moment, the artifact spirit was also looking at Zhao Hai. The artifact spirit sized Zhao Hai up before she bowed and said, Green Vine has seen Master Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sizing her up as well. You're called Green Vine? The artifact spirit nodded. Yes, Master. I was named Green Vine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Just call me young master. What are you made of? Why do you seem to be different from Iron Hammer and Bloody War? The artifact spirit smiled faintly and said, answering the young master's question, Bloody War and Iron Hammer are made in Arc Continent. When their masters became god rank, they were then brought to the divine realm. Only then did they become divine artifacts. On the other hand, I was made in the divine realm, so I was made using the materials there. This made me different from Bloody War and Iron Hammer. Zhao Hai nodded. No wonder he didn't get any benefits when fixing Iron Hammer and Bloody War. So Green Vine was actually made in the divine realm. After this thought passed through his mind, Zhao Hai's heart was suddenly moved. If Green Vine being made in the divine realm gave Zhao Hai benefits, then does it mean that there were materials in the divine realm that can't be found in the Arc Continent? If that was really the case, then it would be great to visit the divine realm to take a look. Leveling the space in the Arc Continent had become very difficult. The most recent boost of level that it had received was from the Lotus, but that thing has some sort of a relationship with the demon realm. It seemed like if Zhao Hai wanted to upgrade his space, then he would need to visit either the demon realm or the divine realm. Zhao Hai looked at Green Vine and said, Green Vine, are divine artifacts divided into levels? Green Vine nodded and said, we are indeed graded. Iron Hammer and Bloody War are low-level artifacts. I am classified as an intermediate-level artifact. There are also high-level artifacts. High-level artifacts are very formidable, but they were also difficult to make. Because of that, there were very few high-level artifacts in the divine realm. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked Greenvine about the previous war against the divine race. What Greenvine said was the same as Iron Hammer and Bloody War's testimonies, so there was no need to ask for more details. After that, Zhao Hai instructed Greenvine to protect the elf race and also to refrain from calling him young master when they leave the space. Since Greenvine had surrendered to the space, then she would naturally follow Zhao Hai's orders. Then Zhao Hai sat inside the living room and opened the monitor. He wanted to see the current developments in the Elven race. After having rested inside the space, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the morning. After opening the door, Zhao Hai noticed that there were people outside. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this since this was just the queen's procedure. She was afraid that people would come and disturb Zhao Hai. At first, Zhao Hai thought that this method was unnecessary. However, when he thought about the situation yesterday, he thought otherwise. There were still some traitors among the elves. If it weren't for the queen ordering martial law, then they would have already approached Zhao Hai's room. At this point, Zhao Hai was no longer worried about the rebels. Now that he had fixed the Elven Bow, everything would be taken care of. Divine artifacts were truly mysterious enough that they can detect traitors among their race. This was something that wasn't unique to Greenvine. Bloody War and Iron Hammer were capable of doing this as well. After seeing Zhao Hai open the door, the people outside immediately loosened their expression. Jeller, who was the leader this time, walked forward and gave Zhao Hai a bow. "Mister, you're out." Was Mr. successful? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then handed the Elven Bow over to Jeller and said, "I've succeeded. Please take it back to Her Majesty." Jeller stared at the bow as it was transferred to her own hands. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In behalf of the elves, I express our gratitude. Mr. must be tired. Please have a good rest. I shall have someone prepare you a meal. When Mr. wants to eat, just send words and they will serve it." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thank you, Miss Jeller. Then I shall be taking my rest." He gave Jeller a salute before he returned to his room and closed the door. Actually, Zhao Hai had already rested yesterday, so he didn't need any more rest. He just wanted to show that fixing the boat took a lot of effort, so he pretended to be tired and returned to his room. After that he entered the space and opened the monitor to see how the elves react to the fixed Elven Bow. Jeller took the Elven Bow to the hall where the queen was waiting for news. The queen went sleepless throughout the night as well. At this moment, Jeller came in, holding the Elven Bow on her hands. The queen couldn't help but stand up and looked at Jeller. Jeller immediately gave her report. "Mother, he succeeded." Mr. Zhao Hai succeeded. The queen looked at the Elven Bow and then let out a long breath. At the same time, her two eyes shined as she quickly arrived in front of Jeller and respectfully received the Elven Bow. Then she turned around to leave the hall. She needed to see the Supreme Elder. In the Elven race, the Supreme Elder wasn't the only 9th rank expert. There were other 9th rank elders as well. There were more than 20 of them. Today, all of these 9th rank elders convened. They attached great importance to the news of whether the Elven Bow has been fixed or not. The queen took the bow to the cavern where the Supreme Elder and the others were. This tree cavern was very big, but there were no decorations inside, only a large empty space. Inside the cavern were several straw mats where the various 9th rank elders were sat down. The queen stopped before these 9th ranks and then respectfully bowed and said, reporting to the Supreme Elder, Mr. Zhao Hai had fixed the divine artifact. Then the Supreme Elder's voice was heard, "Your Majesty, please come forward." The queen complied, and they took the Elven Bow forward. There was a bow frame in the middle of this huge cavern and the Supreme Elder was standing right next to it. After the queen arrived by the Supreme Elder, she immediately placed the Elven Bow on the frame before she respectfully drew back to the sides. Among these 9th rank elders, the oldest one of them went forward. She was also wearing the same green robe while she had a magic staff on her hand. She bowed towards the Elven Bow and said, "We request Sir Artifact Spirit to come out." Then Greenvine slowly came out of the bow. She looked at the elves and nodded. "Good, I have slept for many years, It's good to see that the strength of the elves has recovered. Mr. Zhao Hai already told me of what's happening outside. It seems like the divine race is planning to attack once again. I also told Mr. Zhao Hai that we would be making an alliance with them to jointly deal with this enemy. Does anyone have any other opinions? The elves present doesn't dare to oppose. All of them simultaneously said, "We don't dare. We follow what the divine artifact decided." Green Vine nodded. Then she knit her brows and said, "Why do I feel the aura of the enemy in the bodies of our clansmen? What is this all about?" When she heard Green Vine, the oldest Supreme Elder replied, "Your Grace, this is the Radiant Church's conspiracy. They have brainwashed some elven children and sent them to infiltrate the elven race. We had already caught 2 spies yesterday. However, we weren't able to find the others. We ask Sir Artifact Spirit to help us in weeding them out." Green Vine nodded. Then she looked at the Supreme Elder and said, "This isn't a problem. But after discovering them, what did you do?" Then the Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment before replying, "Your Grace, we wasted their cultivation." "What is your Grace opinion on this?" Green Vine actually snorted and said, "Stupid. These people cannot remain alive. I can feel the aura of the divine realm on their bodies. It seems like they weren't just simple spies sent by the Radiant Church. Their bodies have been altered using a special method, sealing God's realm energy within them, something that all of you cannot detect. As long as a divine race expert arrives, they can just activate that seal and release the energy inside. That explosion would have the same power as a 9th rank expert. So how could you just leave them be? If the divine race came and released that energy, then what would you do? Have you thought about this?" Green Vine's words made the expressions of these Supreme Elders change. They didn't think that the Radiant Church would have this kind of backup plan. Even if the rebels' cultivation were wasted, they can still explode. At that point, the elves would be doomed. The Supreme Elders were sweating at the thought of this. The oldest Supreme Elder immediately bowed to Green Vine and said, "Sir Artifact Spirit, we know what we should do." Chapter 662, Preparation begins. Zhao Hai was currently sitting on a boat while looking at the beast skin scroll on his hand. In fact, there was nothing special about the scroll. The only change in it was the Elven race's mark. The Elven race had proceeded with their operation, weeding out more than 100 spies. This made the Elf Queen furious. She didn't think that there would be this much rebels inside her kingdom. The Queen was terrified of the thought of these people exploding with the might of 9th rank experts. At this point, Zhao Hai had acquired a new status, the Elven race's foreign elder. But Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. Now that the alliance with the elves have been dealt with, then the next plan can start. It was time to take care of the dragon race. Billy was right by Zhao Hai's side when he read the scroll. Billy couldn't help but laugh and said, "Now you've become a foreign elder of the elves. I believe that you have the most unique status in the whole history of the Ark continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All of it was due to the current situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gain these many titles. I can say that things have gone smoothly this time. Not only were we able to help the elves fix their artifact, we also helped them weed out their traitors. Now we can proceed to the next step." Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The dragon race?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the dragons. They need to be eliminated. Their current position is very significant to the state of the continent. We can't wait for too long. They need to be gone. I have this feeling of dread. It's as if something is about to happen in the continent." "You must be careful." Billy nodded and said, "Be relieved. We will be extremely careful." "The same applies to you as well. Be sure to take care of yourselves. After all, you're facing against the dragon race." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to be fine. I can assure you of this." Billy was also quite aware of Zhao Hai's methods, so he was not that worried about his security. 5 days later, they had finally arrived back at Dwarf Mountain. After resting with the dwarves for a day, Zhao Hai left. He was ready to deal with the dragons. Although Zhao Hai had been with the elves and dwarves in the past few days, he was not being idle. He had care control the Blood Ghost staff to monitor the dragons inside Lion Empire. Aside from Lion Empire, Zhao Hai also had the staff fly towards Akra Mountain to see the situation there. Dragons were claimed to be invincible by the continent, so Zhao Hai didn't want to just go in without ample preparations. Fortunately, as long as the map has been collected to the space, then the space can monitor the Lion Empire and the Akra Mountain at any time. For many years, there were hardly any dragon sightings in the continent. All this time, the dragons have stayed inside Akra Mountain, treating it like their own kingdom. They also had a lot of magic beast and lesser dragon subordinates. Dealing with them would be as hard as attacking any other empire. Zhao Hai's plan was to first head to the Lion Empire and deal with the dragons that were stationed there. After that, then he'll go on and attack Akra Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't inform the other nations about his plans and only revealing it to the dwarves, fishmen, elves, and the beastmen. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of any leaks pertaining to these races. This was because the numbers of the traitors in them were very few. Moreover, some of them also have their divine artifacts that can detect any rebels among their race. At the same time, it would be impossible for the Radiant Church to infiltrate the Fishman race. This was because their situation was very special. Even if 9th ranks were to go there, then people would immediately spot them. It was impossible for any Radiant Church spy to evade the eyes of the Mermaid clan. When Zhao Hai left the Dwarf Mountain, he immediately went to the space. In the past few days, Laura and the others had been paying attention to the movement of the dragons. Although the dragons had controlled the entire Lion Empire, they still needed to get the recognition of its citizens. Although humans were easily tempted to go against the Lion Imperial clan, it was still quite difficult for them to accept the dragons as their rulers. The dragons were truly formidable, but one shouldn't forget that in human eyes, they were still magic beasts. It was impossible for humans to accept a magic beast to be their rulers, but it was clear that the dragons were prepared for this. They already controlled a lot of noble clans, and with the help of these clans, even if the people weren't comfortable in being ruled by dragons, they still weren't able to make a fuss. There were 40 dragons in the Lion Empire's capital. 10 of these 40 dragons were 9th ranks while the other 30 were just a tad bit below. But even if these 30 weren't 9th ranks, they can still fly, so their threat was no less than the 9th ranks. Beside these 40 dragons, the Lion Empire's capital also had about 5,000 lesser dragons guarding it. These lesser dragons also had their own magic beast mounts. The fighting power of the lesser dragons were around 6th or 7th rank while their magic beasts were 6th ranks. This force was also something that one shouldn't take lightly. In order to ensure his success, Zhao Hai spent some time in the space to fully map the territory of the Lion Empire. He wanted to see if there were other dragons in other parts of the empire. Sure enough, in the Lion Empire's border with the Rosen Empire and Buddha Empire, dragons were present inside the towns as well. They might now be numerous, but their lesser dragon army were still able to drive away the attacks of the Rosen and Buddha Empire. 1. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately called Kun and Green over to the space. Then together they discussed how to deal with the dragon race. Zhao Hai showed the full map of the Lion Empire. Then he turned to Green and Kun. Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kun, the dragons have garrisons on these places. Which of them should we attack first? Zhao Hai had referred to 4 spots. These 4 spots were indicated by green dots on the monitor. They were the Lion Empire's garrison, the Rosen Empire's border, the Buddha Empire's border, and the surroundings of Akra Mountain where a lesser dragon army of 2,000 was also situated in. Green looked at the map and thought for a moment before saying, with the number of troops in our hand, I think it wouldn't be hard to attack multiple of them at the same time. I think we should separate our troops and attack the borders of the Rosen and Buddha Empires first. Eliminating those 2 armies would only take about 1 evening. Moreover, we need to make sure that those dragons don't escape. After that, we'll wipe out the dragons in the Lion Empire's capital. Lastly, we'll have our army charge towards Akra Mountain. Kun nodded and said, I agree to Green's plan. Our undead troops are in high enough number that even the fishmen wouldn't be able to make a move, so it should be fine if we split them up. Moreover, We have the advantage of being able to increase our numbers the more we fight. The only thing we need to do now is to inform the fishmen and have them destroy the Radiant Church's navy so that they wouldn't be able to send any help towards the dragons. I'm not too worried about the dragons in the capital. After all, we have the capability to completely clean them up. At the same time, those loyal to the Lion Empire has already been eliminated when the dragons took control. Therefore, those who were left behind were those nobles that sided with the dragons. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's time to resolve the problem in Lion Empire. Then it is decided. Tomorrow we will act." Kun nodded. After the space has been upgraded, it was now possible to place an army anywhere on the map. This made their tactics much more flexible. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to make a quick move. It was necessary to remove the dragons before the nobles were able to act. It would be better if they didn't get into a fight with the army of the nobles. In all honesty, Zhao Hai really didn't want to fight those noble armies. In any case, they were still humans. Later on, when the war happens, they may even be another force that can resist the divine race. After completing the plan, Zhao Hai rested well. However, Green and the others were still staring at the screen. They wanted to see what the Rosen and the Buddha empires were doing. Since they weren't aware of Zhao Hai's plans, the Rosen and Buddha Empire didn't have any movements. They were still fully alert against the dragons. They wouldn't dare take the dragons too lightly. The day passed quickly while the people in the continent continued to live their peaceful lives. The army of the dragons were also stationed in their camp. They weren't afraid of the Rosen and Buddha Empire. In their minds, as soon as their identities as dragons were revealed, no one in the continent would dare to attack them. The dragons had always been aloof while in Akra Mountain. Even the lesser dragons had found themselves being able to move sideways in the mountain. 2. Due to being subjected to this environment, the lesser dragons had become quite arrogant. Although their current population wasn't a lot, their status in the Lion Empire was actually very high. Even ordinary lesser dragons would dare to be disrespectful towards the nobles of the empire. They wouldn't even take the effort to give a salute. There was needless to say when they meet a commoner. In the eyes of these lesser dragons, these commoners shouldn't even be considered people. In the few days that they had been in charge of Lion Empire, there were already several thousand people who were killed for no reason. It was basically a massacre. 1. I think the arrangement is like this: Northern Icefield, greater than Prairie, greater than Aksa, greater than Rosen, greater than Buddha, greater than ocean waves. 2. Walk sideways means they can do whatever they want. Chapter 663, Taking Two Cities at Night. Ai was a lesser dragon. He is a descendant between a dragon and an 8th-rank shadow leopard. He can also assume the form of a human, but his strength was in his shadow leopard form. Shadow leopards were the best assassins of the jungle. There was hardly anyone who can discover them when stealthed. Even dragons admired their might. When Ai is in his shadow leopard form, then his fighting strength would be on par with genuine shadow leopard, maybe even more. This was because he wasn't only carrying the genes of a shadow leopard, he had the genes of a dragon as well. However, Ai's status wasn't very high among the other lesser dragons. He was only a junior captain. At this moment he was guarding the Lion Empire against the Buddha Empire's army. Ai's cavalry unit was stationed in the Lion Empire's most important fortress that faced the Buddha Empire. The Buddha Empire had stationed 50,000 people here, while the Lion Empire used to station their 50,000 magic cavalry unit as well. Now, it was Ai who was assigned to this post, but he wasn't here mainly to defend against the Buddha Empire's attack. Ai believes that the Buddha Empire wouldn't dare to attack them. Ai was stationed here mainly to defend against the original army of the Lion Empire as well as those civilians that wanted to escape towards the Buddha Empire. Ai's recent days have been good. Although the original cavalry of the Lion Empire was very strong, their magic beast mounts were all acquired in Akra Mountain, and since these magic beasts were under the rule of the dragons, the Lion Empire's mounts would naturally listen to the dragon's words. Because of this, the Lion Empire's army had found themselves to be cavalries without mounts. In addition to the dragons stationed here, Ai and the others were descendants of dragons as well, so their status was much higher than those magic beast mounts. When those magic beast mounts saw them, They immediately wore smiles on their faces, turning extremely polite. It can be said the Aya's life here was very much the same back in Akra Mountain. Tonight, it was Aya's turn to become the Night Watch. But Aya thought that this was unnecessary. There simply was no need to do this. Aya didn't believe that the Buddha Empire would actually dare to attack them. He also didn't think that there would be any Lion Empire rebellion. But since this was an order from the higher-ups, he didn't have any other choice but to listen. Besides his first night, Aya always had a pot of liquor with him in his succeeding night shifts. There were side dishes present as well, so he was living quite an easy life. Aya was very happy with his current situation. The dragon race had endured living in Akra Mountain for all these years, and this time, they had finally took control of a human nation. Now, people were serving them every day. It was comfortable. Nothing can compare to this bliss. In Aya's mind, the dragons should have already come out of the mountain and took control of the continent a long time ago. There was no need for them to endure in the mountain for many years. Just after taking a sip of his liquor, Aya suddenly stopped. He raised his own ear. It seems like he had heard something. One must know that a shadow leopard's hearing was very strong, and since Aya had the genes of a shadow leopard, his hearing would naturally be strong as well. Aya placed his wine glass down and quietly listened. He was right, there were very strange sounds. This sound wasn't the whistling of the wind, nor was it the rustling of leaves. It was a sound that was made by people hurrying along. Aya stared for a moment before he slowly stood up and looked towards the city. This was because the source of the sound was inside the walls. There was a night curfew, and every person that was caught would be executed for the crime of conspiracy. Because of this, Aya felt strange. Who would dare run in the middle of the night? He didn't think that it would be the Lion Empire cavalry. They wouldn't dare since they knew that there was a dragon in this city. This was equivalent to having 9th rank experts, so how could they rebel? If it weren't the garrison, then was it commoners? Even them wouldn't dare. There was a restriction placed on the city, disallowing civilians to hold weapons. Even the act of hiding one would merit execution. These civilians were weaponless, so they wouldn't dare to rebel. So to which people do these footsteps belong to? Aya decided to look at the direction of the sound. In addition to their superior hearing, shadow leopards were also gifted with the ability to see in the dark. Aya was sure that he could spot who it was. Before long, shadows appeared on the streets of the city, and there were a lot of them. Aya's calm face immediately changed because these people were holding weapons in their hands. Aya knew that these people were enemies. Just as he was about to fire an alarm, Aya suddenly felt a pain in his throat. Aya looked down and saw that a dagger had stabbed him on the neck. Before he blacked out, Aya can see blood spurting out of his neck. It was then that he knew that he was already dead. From start to finish, Aya wasn't able to see what the enemy looked like. An undead assassin appeared behind Aya and supported his body. After placing Aya back on his chair, the undead immediately turned to look at another person. Just as the undead assassin turned around, Aya, who was about to fall out of his chair, disappeared. Then he appeared once again. Aya moved his hands and feet to pick up his own swords before going back to his position on the wall. By now, Aya had become expressionless. His eyes stared straight and he wasn't breathing. Naturally, he had been turned into undead. Zhao Hai's main goal was to deal with the dragons, therefore, he didn't want to touch the original Lion Empire cavalry. However, those lesser dragon cavalry weren't spared. All of the lesser dragons, magic beasts, as well as dragons had become undead. With the 9th rank strength of his undead, the sneak attack was completed without a fuss. If one were to ask the Lion Empire garrison, then they would just tell you that the night went strangely smooth. Even the dragons weren't able to respond before dying. Everything was silent. The magic beasts, lesser dragons, and dragons had all disappeared. The same situation happened on the border between the Lion Empire and the Rosen Empire. The dragons didn't place too much defenders on these two cities. Zhao Hai only sent 200,000 undead to kill the defenders in silence. Zhao Hai's undead didn't even need to make any significant effort in order to succeed. The night passed by with no issues. The next morning, the civilians and the garrison had found out that all magic beasts, lesser dragons, and dragons had disappeared. Only blood can be spotted on the ground. The bodies were nowhere to be seen. The garrison on these two cities were terrified. The blood on the floor were clearly from the magic beasts and lesser dragons. Even in the place where the dragons rested, blood can be seen. However, there were no bodies anywhere. This made them very confused. Among the garrison and the civilians were veterans in battle. From this scene, they can infer that there must have been a huge army attack last night, targeting these magic beasts, lesser dragons, as well as the dragons. From what they can see, it seems like the enemies were quite ruthless. The garrison troops immediately got anxious. No matter which party did it, the garrison still wouldn't be able to escape taking the responsibility. They weren't in the Lion Empire anymore. They were in Saint Dragon Empire. It was a nation that was ruled by dragons, beings who didn't tolerate shortcomings and were very ruthless. Once they came to know that their subordinates had vanished, how could they be merciful to the garrison troops that survived? The garrison had experienced firsthand how cruel these lesser dragons and dragons can be. Both the lesser dragons and dragons simply don't see them as people. A lot of them had already died because of the indiscriminate slaughter that the dragons had done. It would be strange if the garrison were to remain alive after all of this blows off. The garrison was left not knowing what to do. Some of the small soldiers had already sneaked away. On the other hand, the officers had no choice but to stay. They had their complete information in the capital. From their hometown to the names of their families were known. It was impossible for them to escape. Of course, not all officers chose to stay. There were some who already had left their family behind to die. After all, they wouldn't be returning to Lion Empire. They planned to live a whole new life in the Buddha Empire or the Rosen Empire. Because of this, there were nobody in those two cities that reported what happened to the dragons back at the capital. While they refrained from sending word, they were also buying Zhao Hai some time. Zhao Hai had already sent word to the fishman the moment he attacked. While the Saint Dragon Empire's army asked for reinforcements from the Radiant Empire, they would be delayed to the point where by the time they come back, the dragons would have already been extinguished. Zhao Hai, who had already cleaned two cities, didn't celebrate. This result was within his expectations. On the other hand, it would be impossible to do the same thing to the Lion Empire's capital. There were just too many experts within the capital, and the dragons haven't been able to control it for a long time, so everyone in the capital was on high alert. Faced with careful dragons, the method of sneak attack was just impossible. Therefore, there was only one way to attack the capital. It was by storming it with an army. But attacking the Lion Empire's capital was not that easy. The Lion Empire's capital was similar to the Rosen Empire's capital. On the outskirts of the city, noble castles had been erected. Gathering all of the soldiers here would amount to no less than 200,000 people. At the same time, the capital's garrison would number to be 500,000. Among those 500,000 were 200,000 elite troops as well as 300,000 heavy armor infantry. Additionally, there were also 5,000 lesser dragons as well as 40 dragons. If this was just the case, then Zhao Hai can be assured that he would be able to take the capital in a short period of time. However, there were two bumps that Zhao Hai can see. First was the huge magical formation that protects the Lion Empire. This formation had been in the capital for hundreds of years. If the dragons didn't have people from the inside, then they wouldn't have been able to take the capital in such a short period of time. Chapter 664, Dark Creatures of the Underworld. The second reason was very simple. Near the Lion Empire's capital city were 4 fortresses. These fortresses stand guard near the capital city. They weren't very far from the capital. It would only take a day for their troops to arrive by horse. In other words, Zhao Hai needed to take the capital in one day. If he failed to do so, then he would have to face both inside and outside attacks. The 4 fortresses around the capital had 100,000 troops each. All of them were cavalry. Although they weren't the most elite cavalry of the empire, they were still quite problematic to face. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these cavalry units. He just didn't want to face them in combat. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have any good impression for these cavalry. When the dragons attacked the Lion Empire, They didn't do anything. After the establishment of the Saint Dragon Empire, they still remained as is while enjoying the same treatment as before. This shows that these people had already sold themselves to the dragons. Zhao Hai really wanted to kill these people, but the reason why he held back was the fact that these soldiers were only common soldiers of the Lion Empire. Moreover, they weren't just born out of stone, they had their own family members. If Zhao Hai killed these soldiers, then these family members would definitely hate him. When the time comes, a chain reaction would happen, causing chaos in the Lion Empire, adding trouble to the current situation. Because of these conditions, Zhao Hai didn't want to get in a fight with the dragons for a long time. It would be best if he were to take care of things fast. This time, the method of sneak attack wouldn't work. This was because ever since the dragons had taken over the capital, they had enacted a curfew every night, and they also activated an alarm magic formation on the whole the capital during those times. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to sneak in some assassins. Therefore, the only thing he could do was wait for the daylight before storming the capital. After attacking the two fortresses, Zhao Hai prepared himself to attack the Lion Empire's capital on the next day. However, since he still wasn't confident in his plans, he had decided to delay it for another day. Zhao Hai and the others discussed what they would do and finally thought of a plan that Zhao Hai felt to be feasible. After having rested for a day in the space, Zhao Hai immediately began to prepare the attack. Him along with Green and the others were in the space's living room, looking at the Lion Empire's capital on the monitor. The Lion Empire's capital was not much worse than the Rosen Empire's capital. After all, the empire was still the second strongest in the continent. At this moment, there were 40 dragons in the capital altogether. However, these dragons weren't grouped up, they were scattered all throughout the city. It might seem like they were dispersed in order to protect the populace, but they were doing this so that they can maintain control. These dragons weren't weak. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to use his previous method, then it would prove impossible. There was a warning formation in place. The Lion Empire's capital always had its warning formation enabled. However, the formation wasn't as strict in the day compared to at night. It would only be activated in places where the dragons were staying. This was exactly why Zhao Hai cannot attack in the night. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Lion Empire's protective shield at all, since the space can just place the undead directly inside the city. However, these warning formations were the annoying ones. They simply cannot be bypassed. At this moment, the sun had just risen, so the gates were still shut. Those commoners that wanted to do business in the capital were still barred from entering. This was also the best opportunity for Zhao Hai to attack. If these people were already in the city at the time of the attack, then they might become victims of the crossfire. But if Zhao Hai attacks before they enter the gate, then these civilians could still run in the opposite direction. Zhao Hai looked at the time. It was close to the moment where the city's gates would open. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, it's time to start." Green nodded and said, "Let's begin. We need a total of 50 cubes." "Young master, be careful in controlling them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and launched his attack. At this time, the skies of the Lion Empire's capital had suddenly turned dark, then a large patch of dark cloud appeared. The black clouds kept rolling, making it seem like rain was going to pour soon. But what confused the people in the city was the fact that they couldn't hear the sounds of a thunderclap. They also didn't feel any kind of wind that would be associated with such a cloud. It was the garrison troops that felt something wrong first. They knew that this wasn't any simple dark cloud, so they couldn't help but grab their weapons. At this time, in the middle of the cloud, a thunderous voice can be heard. "Shameless dragon race. Since you dared to attack a human city, then you shall be paying your sins with blood." As this statement fell, the dark cloud suddenly moved, turning into 50 smaller dark clouds. At this point, even idiot would notice that something was wrong about these dark clouds. Before long, the entire capital had turned into chaos. Those people who were about to leave for work immediately abandoned everything as they ran back home with the quickest speed before locking themselves up inside. The soldiers immediately became nervous. At this time, a garrison commander suddenly shouted, "Quick, Inform the generals, open the protective formation, sound the alarm, give way for the mages." Along with the commander's orders, the city's magical formation was immediately activated. Fortunately for them, the formation had just been retracted, so it was very convenient to activate it once more. When the formation came into life, a ray of yellow suddenly flashed as a hemispherical dome covered the entire capital. However, only after the formation was placed did the soldiers notice something wrong. The formation had indeed been activated, but the dark clouds were actually included inside. This must be the reason why the garrison felt strange. The dark clouds were actually very close to the ground. Seeing that the protective formation became useless, the soldiers didn't panic immediately. At this time, the mages that guarded the city had arrived at the wall. When they saw the dark clouds, a light mage face suddenly paled as he shouted, "Light mages of all ranks, use light magic to attack." This is a dark mist spell of the dark mages. When this light mage shouted, the other light mages immediately took their stance and started to cast light magic towards the dark clouds. Now that the Radiant Church and the Dragon race had made an alliance, the Radiant Church had sent a lot of light mages to help the dragons. Therefore, there were a lot of light mages defending the capital city right now. As expected, the light mages had become useful. When their magic hit the dark clouds, they immediately started to slowly disappear. This made the garrison troops cheer. However, the light mages actually think that there was no point in celebrating. They were people who completely understood dark mages. They knew that the dark mist spell was just a first-rank magic. It had zero attack power. Its biggest use was in blocking the enemy's sight. Therefore, dispelling the dark clouds wasn't something remarkable. As the dark mist slowly dissipated, the cheering garrison suddenly found themselves to be like ducks who were caught by the neck. They were suddenly jolted into silence. This was because they saw battle formations in place of the dark clouds. This battle formation was very strange. It was because it was structured into a cube and was floating in midair. It looks like every single cube floating in midair is the same. The peculiar thing was that every unit in these cubes were composed of undead creatures. Just as the dark mist vanished, the battle formations suddenly moved. They gradually accelerated as they went straight to specific points in the city. When they saw these flying formations, the garrison troops' complexion suddenly changed. This was because those points were places where the dragons were resting in. It seems like the other party came completely prepared. At this time, the voice came once again, to the garrison troops. "Listen, I came this time to deal with the Radiant Church and the dragons. Since they shamelessly united to usurp the Lion Empire, I am going to eliminate all of them. I hope you won't participate in the battle, otherwise, you will definitely be killed." The garrison troops looked at the flying figures in the sky. Although they weren't that strong, as long as they are from the Ark continent, then they are aware what being able to fly meant. Aside from flying magic beasts, all other flying beings were 9th rank experts. Even if they haven't heard of flying undead before, they knew that these undead were going to be trouble if they were provoked. Their ability to maintain a formation alone was enough to convince the garrison of how formidable they were. Additionally, those who commanded these undead were even more frightening. At the same time, the garrison also found out that the voice wasn't lying. Those flying undead were indeed specifically targeting the dragons. Their flight direction was towards the places where the dragons were resting in or the places where the lesser dragons were. None of the flying undead were heading towards the place where the garrison troops were. The lead light mage who commanded the other light mages was very pale right now. To be honest, even he couldn't remember reading about flying undead. In the history of the continent, the strongest undead that was spotted had the strength of 6th rank. The strongest creature summoned by a dark mage was not an undead, but instead it was a creature of the dark that came from the underworld. This creature was extremely powerful. If one was a high-level dark mage, they can use a method of sacrifice in order to summon these 9th rank creatures. However, the requirements to summon such a creature was extremely high as well. After the summoning, their life force would be heavily affected. Moreover, there were also cases where the summoned dark creature turned against its own summoner. Chapter 665, easily accomplished. Although he had never heard of flying undead before, This didn't hinder his judgment. He was sure that the strengths of these undead were surely extraordinary. Because of this, he decided to fight. The other party already stated that he was here in order to deal with the dragons and the Radiant Church. It was for certain that light mages like him weren't going to be let off. When he thought of this, the light mage immediately commanded loudly, "Don't be afraid of them. Their display is no more than deception. There is no way that they are 9th rank undead. Everyone, attack!" But just as he shouted, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head to look only to see the tip of a sword that was slowly being pulled back. With great difficulty, he turned his head and saw a black-clothed undead. As the undead slowly withdrew its rapier, the light mage can swear that the undead was grinning at him. Bang! A noise suddenly sounded at the side of the light mage. He took effort in turning his head and found out that all of the light mages on the wall had an undead right behind them, and that those light mages were killed as well. "We're finished." This was the light mage's last thought. The defenders on the wall were all startled when they saw these undead that just suddenly appeared. They wanted to attack but found themselves shaking. Even their weapons seemed to be shaking, not wanting to make an attack. These undead assassins turned to look at the soldiers. Then with a flash, their bodies floated in the air where they drifted towards something. Before long, more and more undead floated up from the walls before forming a cube. Then it turned around and flew towards the city. The soldiers on the walls were relieved. At this moment, the previous voice sounded once again. "I'm saying this again. We only came to deal with the dragons and the Radiant Church. For the others, as long as you don't make a move, then we won't hurt you. If you resist, then we will execute you immediately." The soldiers looked at one another and didn't make a move. To be honest, these soldiers didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the dragons. They still take themselves as people of the Lion Empire. After all, the Lion Imperial family had been ruling the empire for more than 1,000 years. Since nobody took the lead, nobody made a move. Even the officers didn't dare to make a move. They don't want to suddenly get stabbed by a rapier, so they decided to behave themselves. At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard inside the city. Along with this initial roar, more dragon roars can be heard from other parts of the city. The garrison troops knew that this was the sign that the dragons have awoken. Their faces couldn't help but pale. They didn't know what to do. The dragons were extremely formidable in their eyes, but the strength of these undead were terrifying as well. They didn't know which side to pick. With the roar of the dragons, all of them immediately took to the skies, covering the skies of the capital with their hulking figures. Those who were timid couldn't help but kneel on the ground, shaking. But the garrison soon discovered that although the dragons have appeared, they were immediately met with an attack from the flying undead. Although the group of undead formed a cube, they were still smaller than the dragons. But at the same time, the cube of undead was more flexible than the dragons, so when the dragons appeared, all of them immediately went to clash with flying beasts. In their process of flight, the formation immediately changed. Every cube formation transformed into a giant scorpion as it clashed with the dragons. The dragons were also keen to meet the enemies. In the eyes of these dragons, the undead were just like ants. They were thinking that the undead would just need to be slapped a few times before they were taken care of. However, the moment they exchanged blows, the dragons immediately found their mistake. They thought that the undead were just flying because of a special spell by their dark mage. It was impossible for these undead to have 9th rank strength. This was because a 9th rank undead hasn't been spotted in the continent before. But in this exchange, the dragons discovered that the undead weren't pretending. They really had 9th rank strength. They were 9th ranks. This startled the dragons. The bodies of the dragons were tough. An 8th rank dragon can be compared to a human 9th rank. At the same time, 9th rank dragons had bodies that were extremely close to being invincible. This was exactly why the dragons were known to be invincible. However, even dragons would find it impossible to withstand the attacks of several hundred 9th ranks. 9th rank dragons might be able to withstand it, but those 8th ranks certainly couldn't. Just as those 8th ranks clashed with the undead, They began to fall one by one. The first dragon to fall cried out pitifully before it was knocked down by the undead. Then a clump of dark mist trapped the dragon before it turned into a bone dragon. After that, the bone dragon rose to the sky and joined the fight to slaughter the remaining dragons. The garrison troops that were on the wall saw everything that happened. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The almighty dragons were actually taken down and even turned into undead. This development was completely out of their imagination. The weapons of some of them had unconsciously fallen to the ground. However, none of them were able to notice it at all. 40 dragons. 10 of them fell first and became bone dragons who joined the slaughter. Before long, the 40 dragons had been reduced to 10. These 10 dragons were the strong 9th ranks. However, their situation had turned dangerous. With the addition of the bone dragons, the defenses of these 9th rank dragons began to crack. Suddenly, among the 10 9th ranked dragons, one of them screamed and fell from the sky. This scream smashed through the hearts of the garrison like a huge hammer. At this point, any rebellious thought that they had were completely erased. Those who still had weapons on their hands immediately threw them away as though they were venomous snakes. All of them were staring at the skies with a pale complexion. But these garrison troops were completely unaware that in the city's lesser dragon compound, a massacre was happening. All of the lesser dragons and magic beasts were eradicated. At the same time, undead were also blocking the exits of the army barracks, killing all those who wanted to resist. Additionally, when these soldiers saw that the dragons had started to fall, their thoughts of resisting were gone. Unexpectedly, the capital had calmed down after only a short time. On the other hand, an army had formed outside the capital. There were nobles who wanted to enter the capital in order to help. However, all of them were blocked by the city's protective formation. The nobles even shouted to the garrison, ordering them to deactivate the formation. But at this time, there was no garrison soldier that would dare to make a move. They just witnessed the dragons being slaughtered as though they were chickens. If these people needlessly moved, then they would be like cockroaches that would be stepped on. Zhao Hai calmly witnessed the battle outside. Laura and the others were sitting right beside Zhao Hai. This time, the battle plan was left to Lizzie, Megan, Green, and Kun. They had found out that the strength of the undead would be expressed to its full potential when it was in the Fishman's Cube formation. They planned to deal with the dragons and the lesser dragons at the fastest speed. Once the dragons fell, the other people in the Lion Empire would naturally stop their actions. This time, if they wanted to kill the dragons, then they needed to do it in front of the soldiers. Only in this way can they stand up and go against the nobles of the Lion Empire. At the same time, it was also to inform the nobles that the dragons weren't the invincible beings that the legends had stated. From the time where the black clouds appeared up until the end of the battle, no more than 3 hours has passed. 40 dragons, 5,000 lesser dragons, nearly 100,000 magic beasts, nearly 1,000 people from the Radiant Church had fallen. Additionally, there were also 10,000 defenders, 30 nobles, and 20 generals who participated in resisting. All of them were promptly killed by Zhao Hai and turned into undead. Although they were turned into the undead, their blood still flowed in the streets, painting it blood red. Especially the blood of the dragons. There were whole residences that were turned red just by being splashed by draconic blood. The residents didn't dare to come out of their house or even take a single step out of their door. The fight also ruined about 200 private residences. It killed about 87 civilians while injuring 302. But these ruined residences were immediately fixed by the undead. The injured civilians were also healed by some undead light mages. The undead also visited the houses of those who were affected and gave each of them a bag of coins containing no less than 1,000 pieces of gold inside. After 3 hours, the entire Lion Empire's capital had turned calm. There were no fights that happened, nor was there any other disturbance. The garrison stayed in their own barracks. Nobody dared to take action. At this time, the undead that just slaughtered the dragons were forming a huge cube in the air. The dragons, lesser dragons, and the others that were killed had also become a part of this formation. Some courageous citizens opened their windows and looked at the huge formation in the air. They were waiting for their unknown fate. Then suddenly, the formation suddenly gave way to a red mansion. This red mansion was shackled to a dragon as it slowly appeared in front of the formation. Then the mansion's door opened as a man came out of it. This person was very young and wore a dark mage's robe. He looked extremely ordinary along with his average-looking face. However, nobody dared to underestimate this young man. Everyone knew that this person was the one who controlled the undead. Chapter 666. Officially declaring war. Richie was a Lion Empire merchant and was a marine trader. His business was quite well known in the Lion Empire. However, in the recent days, Richie had come to find that the changes in the Lion Empire was beyond his understanding. First, there were the dragons, who, with the cooperation of the nobles, suddenly broke through the empire and slaughtered the Lion imperial family. Then the dragons titled themselves to the royal family of the Lion Empire, renaming the empire to Saint Dragon Empire. Richie thought that the matter can only continue on like this. Everyone knew what the dragons were. Moreover, the Buddha Empire, Rosen Empire, Exa Empire, as well as the recently changed Radiant Empire, approved of the dragons' rule of the Lion Empire. In this case, the Lion Empire would have to be ruled by the dragons from here on out. In Richie's mind, there was nothing wrong about this. Everyone knew how powerful the dragons were, and at the same time, they had also allied themselves with the Radiant Church. Although Richie didn't agree to this alliance, he was just a merchant. He didn't have any power to speak at all. And even if he did have the ability to voice his thoughts, he still wouldn't do it if he wanted to live under the rule of the dragons. In the beginning, he didn't find anything wrong. However, it didn't take a long time before Richie knew that being ruled by the dragons was not a good idea. The dragons think of themselves too highly and look down on all the humans. In the eyes of the dragons, humans were just like ants. Even the lesser dragons held the same mindset. In the recent days, the Empire had already lost thousands of innocent civilians. These civilians didn't do anything wrong, they just forgot to salute to the lesser dragons, or even worse, killed just for fun. Such overbearing attitude makes it impossible for the dragons to gain popular sentiment. Richie had noticed that there were fewer and fewer people who did business in the capital. Even small nobles didn't dare to go out of their houses. Feasts and ballrooms disappeared. Nobody was in the mood of merrymaking. The ones who gained the most with this situation were the great nobles. Although the dragons ruled the Lion Empire, they were still foreigners and were unfamiliar with how the empire runs. Therefore, everything was handed over to the great nobles, giving them power that they had never experienced before. This also made Richie scorn these great nobles. To be honest, Richie didn't like the rule of the dragons. They were too tyrannical. And in addition to being foreign, they also treat everyone as their slaves. In order to gain more benefits, these great nobles prostrate themselves in front of the dragons. This really made Richie feel shame in their behaviors. But he was just a merchant, famous and rich yet powerless. In fact, Richie was afraid that the great nobles would do something to him. But fortunately, Richie had friends among these great nobles, so he still managed to avoid their gaze. This day, Richie was prepared to go on board his ship and go out of the capital. This was because he needed to take a trip at sea, heading towards Golden Island. He was a marine trader, and which marine trader would not head to Golden Island to do business? However, just as he was about to go out, something occurred. Richie's courage wasn't small. He had been in the sea for many years. He has seen magic beasts, pirates, and people who died on the water. Naturally, he wasn't as afraid as the other people. This allowed him to look at all that happened with his two eyes. It took some time after the battle until Richie had recovered his senses. He didn't think that the invincible dragons would get taken down one by one. Moreover, they were also turned into bone dragons after they fell. Richie was standing inside the attic of his own residence as he looked out a small window and into the cube formation outside. His heart was beating loudly. He was so afraid. One must know that there were only very few individuals who were unafraid of the undead, especially powerful undead like these ones. At this time, The undead formation suddenly moved as a bone dragon with a red mansion appeared in the sky. This mansion was completely red and seemed to be made out of a special crystal. Then a person walked out of the mansion. This person looks quite young and had a very average appearance. However, this person made Richie quite shocked. He knew who this person was. This was the Lord of Golden Island, the Buddha clan's patriarch, called to be the continent's most powerful dark mage, the most romantically fortunate man, the richest merchant, strongest patriarch, and more strings of titles. This was Zhao Hai Buddha. Since he had been doing business in Golden Island, Richie was also given the opportunity to attend Zhao Hai's wedding. With his own two eyes, he had seen Zhao Hai get married to his wives. Richie was also quite awed by Zhao Hai's liquor. Therefore, how could he forget Zhao Hai's face? Seeing Zhao Hai appear stunned Richie. He never thought that this powerful undead army was actually commanded by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai's mansion suddenly turned into his staff as he walked out. He stood on the bone dragon's head as he looked calmly at the Lion Empire's capital before he said, "Friends from the Lion Empire, hello, I am Zhao Hai Buddha, Buddha clan's patriarch. The reason why I came with force this time is to deal with the dragons. The dragons are quite shameless to usurp a human empire and enslave the human race. For me, this act is simply unforgivable. Today, I, Zhao Hai Buddha, in behalf of my Buddha clan, officially declare war against the entire dragon race. Today, I have eliminated all the dragons, lesser dragons, and human traitors in the Lion Empire's capital. Yesterday, I also eradicated the dragon race's forces on the border fortresses, and tomorrow, I shall charge towards Akra Mountains. Friends of the Lion Empire, don't worry, I will not violate your safety. Do not be afraid." With the help of magic, Zhao Hai's voice had reached every corner of the capital. Every citizen inside the city were listening to Zhao Hai's words. Many commoners opened their windows and looked up into the skies to see Zhao Hai. Before long, people started to walk out of their houses, slowly increasing as they filled the streets. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the people and said, "I ask everyone to rest assured. I have no intention of encroaching into your empire. I only came here to specially deal with the dragon race. I hope that the garrison troops will help me in keeping the capital's peace intact. I don't want any chaos to unfold." After that I shall open the capital's protective formation and see the noble army outside. As for the noble armies, I hope that you don't do any unnecessary movements unless you want to get hurt. After that, Zhao Hai commanded his undead and slowly went towards the north gate. He also deactivated the formation as the yellow hemisphere began to disappear. Then Zhao Hai appeared in front of the capital's northern gate. The noble armies outside the city were actually trembling. Although the protective formation has been removed, they still didn't have the means to enter the city. Additionally, even if the walls had obstructed their vision, the protective shield couldn't block sounds. This allowed them to hear Zhao Hai's words very clearly. They also heard the noises inside and could vaguely guess what just happened. After hearing that the dragons and the lesser dragons were eliminated, the great nobles started to be afraid. The reason for the Lion Empire's fall had a direct relationship with them. If they haven't sided with the dragons, then the empire wouldn't have fallen to its current situation. Zhao Hai bringing his undead and killing the dragons meant that the great nobles had lost their backer. They were now waiting for Zhao Hai's judgment. When they noticed Zhao Hai and his sky-blotting undead army, the great nobles wanted to run away. Upon seeing the bone dragon beneath Zhao Hai's feet, these great nobles knew that the capital's dragons had already perished. They understood why Zhao Hai was able to kill the dragons in such a short time. It was because of those flying undead. However, what were those flying undead? Are they 9th ranks? Are there 9th rank undead? But even if they had their doubts, these great nobles still couldn't help but believe that these undead were 9th rank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have eliminated the dragons in this short time frame. The great nobles found their own legs to be shivering. All of them were thinking, CRP. Zhao Hai stood on the head of his bone dragon and coldly looked at the great nobles. He couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, You are traitors to humanity for siding with the dragons and helping them suppress our own race. I thought of executing all of you, but I don't want to do it right now. I shall head to Akra Mountain tomorrow to have a decisive battle against the dragons. At that time, I won't be here to manage things. Therefore, I hope that you can manage the Lion Empire very well. Make sure to do things properly. Otherwise, when I come back, I shall kill all of you." These great nobles didn't dare to say anything right now. They knew that if they resisted for even a small bit, then they would get killed immediately. They knew what their values were in the eyes of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was not short of money. He was the most famous merchant in the continent. Moreover, he was his control of Golden Island. If he was short on money, then the continent would have been extremely dirt poor. At the same time, he does not lack people who would fight for him. He already had several 100,000 undead behind him right now, and all of these undead were flying on the sky. There were 40 bone dragons as well as a lot of magic beasts and lesser dragons. By Zhao Hai's present strength, he can destroy any nation with ease. However, Zhao Hai was short in people who could manage. Now that Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons in the Lion Empire, he was left with nobody to manage the empire. If that happens, then the nation would fall into confusion, and Zhao Hai didn't want to see this. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to keep the lives of these great nobles and have them manage the empire. This was their final value in Zhao Hai's eyes. Nobody dared to resist. All of them nodded in compliance. There were even some nobles who bowed to Zhao Hai and swore fealty to him. Chapter 667. Waiting for a day. In the minds of these nobles, Zhao Hai's promise to not encroach upon the Lion Empire was simply impossible. How can a powerful person have no ambitions when placed in front a rulerless empire? For these nobles, Zhao Hai was actually a scorpion that wanted an archway. Therefore, the nobles expressed their loyalty to him. Zhao Hai looked at these nobles with no expression and said, "Remember my words. Don't play any tricks. Don't think that the dragons would save you. Do you think that the dragons can deal with my 100,000 ninth rank undead? You better behave yourselves. Don't annoy me. Any plots and schemes that you all are used to doing are all useless in front of absolute strength. If I hear any whispers of rebellion, then your clans would need to be prepared. Remember my words." Then with an intention, Zhao Hai vanished along with his undead army. Zhao Hai didn't plan to stay in Lion Empire for too long. He wanted to prepare for his attack on Akra Mountain tomorrow. At the same time, he also wants to see the reactions of these nobles. He knew that it would only take a short time before news of what happened reaches the ears of every empire in the continent. The reason why Zhao Hai showed his strength was so that he could prepare for later on. After eliminating the dragons, Zhao Hai would then approach the human emperors and tell them about the divine race. If his strength was insufficient at that time, then those people might not believe him. Therefore, Zhao Hai showed his strength, making those people understand that he wasn't joking. After eliminating the dragons, Zhao Hai's next target would be the Radiant Church. Once Zhao Hai eliminates the dragons, the Radiant Church would surely be aware that their plans had been exposed. When that time comes, it may be possible that they would start their operation immediately. Therefore, Zhao Hai plans to deal with the dragons quickly before paying a visit to the human emperors and explain why he needed to deal with the Radiant Church. If he didn't do this procedure, then the human emperors would become a headache. The human emperors wanted to see Zhao Hai deal with the dragons. This was because the dragons were too strong, and were going to be a threat to the emperor's rule. However, the same sentiment would happen to Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons, the rulers would shift their attention to him, dreading his strength in the process. If Zhao Hai deals with the Radiant Church without any explanation, then the emperors would think that he was trying to conquer the entire continent. When that time comes, they may even think of uniting against Zhao Hai. Even the Rosen Emperor would participate. This was because for any emperor, a threat to their throne needed to be dealt with. It didn't matter if this person was his son or his son-in-law. Everything is the same. Therefore, before dealing with the Radiant Church, Zhao Hai must establish a relationship with the rulers of the nations. He didn't want to have the entire human race as his enemy. Zhao Hai returned to the space, but then he saw that the expressions that Laura and the others were giving to him had become different. This made Zhao Hai stare. He looked at the women and said, "What happened? Why are you looking at me strangely?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "Brother Hai, I didn't expect you having an overbearing attitude." Unexpectedly, an overbearing Zhao Hai is actually really handsome. Megan and the others nodded, before they all laughed. Zhao Hai couldn't bear to roll his eyes. Then he turned to Green and Kun. "Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kun, have you given the letter to father-in-law?" The father-in-law that Zhao Hai meant was the Rosen Emperor. Zhao Hai knew that this matter would spread soon, so he had to give the Rosen Emperor prior word. Although he can't explain everything, after dealing with the dragons, he would give the Emperor a personal visit. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was due to Lizzie. Lizzie was the Emperor's daughter, and Zhao Hai didn't want her to feel awkward in the future. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to send a letter to the king in order to calm his mood. Green nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured, it has been sent out." On the other hand, the young master did a very good job. After you left, not only did those nobles behave themselves, they also eliminated any thoughts of resistance in their minds. Kun smiled as well. "That's right, little Hai. Your exit essentially told them that you are someone with a space-divergent ability. This gave them confidence in your strength. One must know that space-divergent mages aren't only strong in attack, their most powerful weapon is their ability to escape. It was impossible for people to catch them. Therefore, they believed that even if you can't defeat the dragons, you can still keep yourself quite safe." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think of that." "Right. No matter what, we still need talk about how to deal with the dragons. I think the dragons would be aware of my declaration of war soon. We need to sweep away their troops on the foot of the mountain before we scale it to the top." Green nodded and said, "I think that the dragons wouldn't come even if they know what happened here. Their population isn't a lot, and they just lost 40 of their kind in the capital. It would be impossible for them to retaliate. Moreover, even if they do want to take revenge, they wouldn't have the time to do so. Before they leave the mountain, we would have already scaled it." Zhao Hai nodded, "Right. Also, it would be better for us to fight the dragons right inside Akra Mountain. That way, we wouldn't have to worry about innocent people being killed or injured." At this time, Kun sighed and said, "I'm afraid the Radiant Church will have to respond when we eliminate the dragon race. It is possible that the divine race would come ahead of schedule. We still haven't made proper preparations yet. We don't have enough time." Zhao Hai sighed as well. "We have no choice. If we don't make our move, then the dragons would surely get complete hold of the Lion Empire. That would be more troublesome for us when the divine race comes. At that time, it would be hard to reclaim the Lion Empire." Kun nodded. Then they adjusted the monitor to show Akra Mountain. The mountain was very calm. The dragons simply didn't expect that someone would actually move against them. In their view, they were invincible existences in the continent and that nobody would dare to provoke them. It wasn't only the humans who were affected negatively by this title of invincibility. The dragons had been dulled by this title as well. The dragons had become complacent and was convinced that there were no people who would fight them, and that those warriors who dared face the dragons were just in heroic novels and poems. Zhao Hai carefully inspected the military barracks on the foot of Akra Mountain. This camp wasn't very big since it mostly housed lesser dragons and magic beasts. However, Zhao Hai thinks that dealing with this military camp would be more difficult than attacking the capital of the Lion Empire. It's difficult because the camp was backed by the entire Akra Mountain. Although there was still some distance before the home of the dragons, the magic beasts in the mountain would still reinforce the camp. If one were to ask about the number of magic beasts in Akra Mountain, then nobody would be able to give a confident answer. One must know that nobody has ever scaled the entire mountain before. All of them either died or retreated. The magic beasts of Akra Mountain were under the control of the dragon race. As for those low-ranked beasts, even if they didn't have any wisdom, they still had the basic animal instinct to obey the command of those more powerful than them. And in the end, the line of command would still fall into the hands of the dragon race. For Zhao Hai, this was very troublesome. But Zhao Hai was not worried. The level of his undead was very high, and it was also impossible for these magic beasts to drown out his undead army. At the same time, as the fight gets longer and longer, the undead's numbers would only get higher and higher. The Radiant Church would have to do either two things upon receiving news. They can support the dragons, or they can directly call the divine race to come down. If they helped the dragons, then Zhao Hai wouldn't need to be afraid. However, if they were to call the divine race, then that would be quite the headache. Attacking Akra Mountain was different from attacking the capital. When he attacked the capital, he was able to use the might of his undead to scare the minds of the garrison troops, terrifying them so much that they weren't able to move. On the other hand, the creatures inside Akra Mountain were magic beasts. Although the magic beasts were able to be terrified, they were still magic beasts in the end. Moreover, with their large numbers as well as the command of the dragons, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to terrify them into submission. At this rate, it would take a few days before Zhao Hai can scale the mountain, and this was already an optimistic estimate. And in those few days, the Radiant Church would have already made their move. Zhao Hai was frowning as he looked at the map. He was thinking about the consequences of this war and how it would affect the entire continent. Green looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking, so Green smiled faintly and said, "Young master, there's no need to be worried. Look, when we attack the dragons, the people of the continent would certainly not meddle. And if the Radiant Church can really ask the divine race to come down immediately, then they wouldn't have waited until now. As long as we eliminate the dragons and unite the other four empires, then even if the divine race comes, we would not be caught off guard." Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. "Let's just hope that the divine race would give us some time, allowing us to eradicate the dragons." "Right, Grandpa Green, is there a word from the fishman?" Green shook his head and said, "There's nothing." I reckon that the Radiant Church was still unaware of what happened in the Lion Empire's capital, so they still weren't able to react. However, the young masters shouldn't worry. The fishmen are the real hegemons of the sea. Even if the Radiant Church is powerful, they still couldn't contend with the fishmen when it came to naval battles. "There will be no problem." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the map on the screen and muttered, "Dragon race, the day of your extinction has come." Chapter 668, Removed from the Continent. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the news of his attack on the Lion Empire's capital had swept through the entire continent, shocking everyone who heard of it. From ancient times to the present, dragons were synonymous with invincibility. There might be no need to say it, but what are dragons? They were the most fearful existence in the continent. Some commoners even think of them as gods, and stories of people slaying dragons only came up in stories and songs. However, in the history of the continent, there were actually instances where the dragons were slaughtered. Of course, among these dragon slayers were humans, but this fact had been erased in the human records by the Radiant Church. This was to ensure that the humans would forever fear the invincible dragons. This would make them hesitate to fight these beasts of the sky. It was like two warriors of the same strength preparing for a duel. One warrior had a normal status while the other was renowned throughout the land. In this case, the first warrior would find it hard to face his opponent. Some might prevail due to their courage, but not everyone had a strong heart and mind. When the empires of the continent heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. This news must be fake. How could someone kill a dragon? Moreover, 40 of them. This was completely unbelievable. But when confirmation came, the empires had a mixed reaction. The Radiant Empire had become chaotic. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. The dragons were their ally, but now, their ally had been attacked. This made them stare blankly for a moment. The first reaction of the Buddha Empire was shock, and after that was silence. They didn't know how to react to this news. The Lion Empire has been destroyed by the dragons, who then established the Saint Dragon Empire, which itself caught them by surprise. However, because of the dragon's reputation, they had to recognize their sovereignty to the empire. But now that Zhao Hai fought the dragons, and even openly declared war against them, the Buddha Empire caught themselves unaware of what to do. They didn't know whether they would help Zhao Hai and deal with the dragons, or help the dragons and deal with Zhao Hai. The Buddha Empire didn't have the courage to fight the dragons. But on the other hand, They cannot justify making war with Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was fighting the dragons, and they cannot help another race deal with a human. The Buddha Empire was confused, and at this moment, there were two things that was on the table of the Rosen Emperor. One was the information about Zhao Hai and the dragons, and the other was Zhao Hai's letter to him. The Emperor was just sitting there, reading the report and switching to Zhao Hai's letter. After some time, he still didn't know what to say or what to do. The Rosen Emperor had a feeling of loss when it comes to this son-in-law of his. Zhao Hai seemed to be someone with zero ambition. He continued to stay on his own island and just did business. Even though his relations to the various races in the continent was good, he still didn't express any great thoughts. This made the emperor quite satisfied with Zhao Hai. But just when the emperor thought that Zhao Hai really didn't want to do anything grand, this piece of report came. Zhao Hai had waged war with the dragons and already slaughtered 40 of them. This made the Rosen Emperor utterly speechless, and at this time, the Rosen Emperor received Zhao Hai's letter. In this letter, Zhao Hai said that his current action was not to usurp the Lion Empire's domain, and that he has something that he was unable to say right now. Zhao Hai stated that he would pay the Rosen Emperor a personal visit after he had dealt with the dragon race. This letter didn't just contain Zhao Hai's words. Lizzie gave her thoughts as well. The Emperor knew this since he could recognize Lizzie's handwriting. When the Emperor looked at the letter, he couldn't help but sigh. Then with a low voice he said, "What do you think I should do?" Then a voice was heard that said, "You wait." The Emperor sighed and said, "All right, then we'll wait." It seems like that is the only thing we could do. Naturally, the person that he had spoken to was his dead advisor. This was a person that never showed himself and just kept hiding in the shadows. Under the anticipation of the continent, the day passed by. Everyone was paying attention to Akra Mountain. All of them wanted to know if Zhao Hai would really go to war with the dragons. On the other hand, the lesser dragon camp at the foot of the mountain was completely unaware about all of this. All of the influences in the continent had their own means of acquiring information, and this didn't exempt the dragons. Moreover, the Radiant Church were their allies, so even if the dragons weren't able to send their scouts, the Radiant Church would surely send word. However, nothing came that night. Everything seems to be very normal. The mountains spent their night just like they had in the nights before. Yesterday, although Zhao Hai was resting in the space, he actually didn't idle himself. Surrounding the lesser dragon camp was a large net. This net wasn't to monitor the lesser dragons, but this was to intercept any news and information that was heading towards the lesser dragon camp. Zhao Hai must make sure that the dragons were unable to get any news. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to see which people were sending word back to Akra Mountain. Zhao Hai's efforts weren't wasted. He had captured 15 people who wanted to report the news to the dragons. Only 5 of them were from the Radiant Church. As for the other 10, they were sent by the great nobles of the Lion Empire. It seems like the nobles were gambling. They submitted to Zhao Hai, causing no trouble back in the capital, but also handing information over to the dragons so that the dragons wouldn't be offended. So later on, whether which side wins, they can still find a way to save themselves. But unfortunately for them, their lives were already forfeit. Zhao Hai would never let them off. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai's mind and body had recovered to peak condition. He felt like he can deal with anything at this time. After having breakfast inside the space, Zhao Hai and the others went out of the space and stood on the back of a bone dragon. Then Zhao Hai turned his staff into a mansion before having the undead form a cube formation. Then the massive army started to head towards the lesser dragon camp. This time, Zhao Hai was not planning on hiding themselves. They exhibited their full might as they slowly pressed forward. And in a war, this display was even more frightening. The pressure that one would feel would be no less than a mountain's pressure. Currently, there were millions of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's arsenal. Many of them were from the sea, but after becoming undead, all of these marine undead can now fight on land, without even affecting their strength. Zhao Hai released all of them. Millions of 9th-rank undead started to appear and form a very large cube formation which slowly approached the lesser dragon camp. The lesser dragons also noticed the millions of undead that was heading towards them. These undead were in a strange formation that they had not seen before. This really surprised the lesser dragons. The lesser dragon army was horrified as it stared at the approaching army. Seeing these flying undead in the skies made their whole bodies tremble. The lesser dragons quickly sent a letter to the dragons, asking for immediate reinforcements. Then the lesser dragon army started to form a defensive formation. At this point, they had zero confidence in attacking. After seeing this army composed of millions of undead, only stupid ones would have the courage to attack. Zhao Hai's speed was not fast. They took their time in approaching the enemy camp. Zhao Hai thought that if they were to give pressure to the lesser dragons, then they must make sure to affect them in the worst possible way. At this time, a loud dragon's roar was heard from inside the lesser dragon camp. Then 10 dragons appeared as they couldn't bear it anymore and turned into their true dragon form before flying to the sky. They stopped at the camp's sky as they looked at the undead that were slowly closing in. And then, a golden dragon with 2 long knife-like curved horns opened its mouth and said in a thunderous voice, "What are you doing here, friend? Are you aware that this is the dragon race's territory?" When the dragon finished talking, the huge cube formation slowly fluctuated. Then a bone dragon with a red mansion on its back slowly surfaced. The bone dragon stopped about 100 meters away before a young man came out of the mansion. Naturally, this man was Zhao Hai. He looked at the golden dragon and sneered. "Of course I know that this is the dragon race's domain. If this wasn't the dragon's domain, then why would I even come? What's wrong? You can't recognize me?" When the dragon saw Zhao Hai, his pupils couldn't help but shrink as he said, "Zhao Hai, you are Zhao Hai. You should be dead at sea. Did you kill the people that we sent to the sea dragons?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You dragons are surely arrogant. Do you think that nobody would be able to kill you? Ha ha ha, too funny. Not only did I eliminate your people back in the sea, I also eliminated every one of your clansmen in the Lion Empire's capital. From this day forward, the dragons would be removed from the continent." A huge roar suddenly came out of the dragon's mouth. He looked at Zhao Hai with red eyes and yelled, "You arrogant ant! You think you are strong just because you killed some dragons? I want to see how you plan to deal with us." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "No need to keep talking, dog of the divine race. I am more than qualified to claim my superiority. Come see my recent collection." Then more than 40 dragons flew out of the cube formation. These bone dragons had been lined up by Zhao Hai. All of them had fiery eyes that coldly stared at the still living dragons. Chapter 669, Rout. When the dragon saw the bones dragons, his eyes couldn't help but shrink before his expression turned into anger. He knew that these bone dragons were his clansmen. They were killed and then turned into these undead creatures. For a majestic dragon to become like this and were used to deal with their own race, the arrogant golden dragon naturally wouldn't be able to tolerate it. When Zhao Hai saw the dragon's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You can't accept your people being turned to these bone dragons. Alright, I'll change their appearances. I think you will like it." Then he waved his hand as a black gas slowly engulfed the bone dragons. When the gas dissipated, the bones dragons looked totally different. This time, the dragon's eyes shrunk again, and his anger flared up once more. This was because the bone dragons had become real dragons. One couldn't see any wounds in their bodies. Their scales were also shining. They also had bodies that exuded pure strength. The dragon knew that his people had become zombies. They still had their original bodily functions, but they were still undead. This was also the reason why the dragon's anger had flared up. The mighty dragons had been turned into toys by a human. This was completely unforgivable. The dragon faced the sky and roared out loud before he said, "This is unforgivable. How dare you treat the dragons like this? Face your death." Then he flapped both of his wings and charged. The other dragons behind him roared as well before following the golden dragon's lead. Zhao Hai actually laughed when he saw this and said, "You dragons had always bathed on your unwarranted reputation. Get ready to become reduced to a mere mention in history." Though he waved his hand as 40 zombie dragons charged, clashing with the 10 dragons from earlier. The 40 colossal dragons that were fighting in the skies attracted the attention of all the lesser dragons. They didn't think that they would face someone that dared to challenge the formidable dragons. In the entire Akra mountain, there wasn't anybody that would face a dragon. In the continent, there wasn't anyone who would dare claim that the status of the dragons was fake. The lesser dragons had always thought that the dragons were unparalleled beneath the heavens. When the dragons begin to act, there would be no one who would be able to stop them. And yet, there was this lunatic, a lunatic that actually managed to slaughter dragons. There was nothing wrong with this description. In the eyes of the lesser dragons, Zhao Hai was truly a lunatic that wanted to kill the dragons. But the strength this madman had startled the lesser dragons. The dragons themselves were quite shocked as well. How much power can these zombie dragons really dish out? How can they be on par with real dragons? However, when they clashed, the living dragons had discovered that these zombie dragons weren't weaker than them. They were stronger. What was the feeling of being besieged by 40 people that were stronger than themselves? At this moment, the living dragons knew that the only thing they could do was to defend against the assault of the 40 zombie dragons. There were zero chances for them to counterattack. Zhao Hai didn't idle. He looked down at the lesser dragons and coldly said, "You don't need to just stand there. You join my undead army." Then he gave a signal as Megan and Lizzie commanded the undead army to send divisions to assault the lesser dragon army. The lesser dragons went into a commotion. They were afraid and had felt pressure when the undead came. But since they still had the dragons on their backs to assume command, they believed that they can resist any attackers. This was the impression that the dragons had given them after all these years. In their opinion, dragons were invincible. But from what they saw, the 10 dragons had no way to retaliate against the 40 assaulting dragons. It was only a matter of time before they lost their lives. So at this time, the pressure that Zhao Hai's army brought to them have been amplified. They even had a faint sense of panic starting to well up from inside of them. If this was in the past few days, the dragons would have come and slapped the enemy 2 times, and stabilized the army. Unfortunately, those dragons were being mauled by zombies right now. They weren't in the capacity to calm the lesser dragons. Zhao Hai also made arrangements on this matter. In total, Zhao Hai had collected 42 dragons between the battle in the capital as well as in the attack against the 2 border fortresses. At this point, 40 of those dragons were fighting, then 10 dragons of the other side. One of the dragons was carrying his mansion, leaving him with one that was free to use. Zhao Hai sent that remaining dragon to attack the lesser dragon army. One has to recognize how ruthless Zhao Hai's move was. These lesser dragons were completely afraid of the dragons. Seeing this one dragon heading their way didn't help their panic. When the dragon charged towards them, many lesser dragons began to scream, threw their weapons away and then turned around towards the mountain. They had completely lost the will and courage to fight. Zhao Hai, who currently sat on his house on the back of the dragon, actually smiled. His high-profile manner earlier was a preparation for this. He wanted to make the enemy think that he was a madman. Even if one had the resilience of bamboo, they would still be terrified of a lunatic. This was because lunatics were completely unreasonable. Slaughter was not something that Zhao Hai loved. He just wanted to achieve his own goals. And sometimes, in order to achieve these goals, slaughter was an unavoidable method. However, there were also moments where slaughter was not necessary. When an army is afraid of an enemy, deserters would eventually crop up. And when a deserter comes out, more deserters would follow suit. These deserters would form a chain reaction and would finally end in the defeat of the entire army. This was the case for the lesser dragon army right now. Their sole mental pillar were the dragons, who gave them the courage to face against any enemy. However, if these dragons were to disappear, then their mental strength would sharply drop. The rout of the lesser dragons also affected the dragons. This was a mental matter. It had nothing to do with strength. These dragons also wanted to escape, but this kind of mentality further plunges them to the jaws of defeat. A dragon was killed, then turned into a zombie dragon, who charged towards its own ally. Then another dragon was killed, which also joined the zombie dragons. This cycle continued until the courage of the remaining dragons reached rock bottom. They had completely lost hope in living. However, weren't really left with no choice of retaliation. They still have their secret technique. This technique was called Heavenly Tempest. This was a type of sacrificial technique. The dragons can use their flesh and blood as fuel, along with their souls, in order to create a huge explosion. The might of this explosion was extremely strong. When a dragon decided to self-destruct, it was possible for it to kill 10 other dragons. This technique was passed over to them by the divine race. The remaining dragons were now inclined to use this technique, but unfortunately for them, they were against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a very practical person. He didn't like to waste time. If he was against an enemy, he would kill them in one stroke. If there was no need to use tricks, what was the need to play cat and mouse? This game might look like one was playing around with a defeated enemy, but for Zhao Hai, this was just akin to teaching the mouse to the point where the cat doesn't pose a threat anymore. When one goes against the enemy with the mindset of playing with them, then it was possible that the one who would die was you. An act of desperation wasn't a joke. A cornered rabbit can still bite you. As long as a bamboo is not killed, it can still pose threat to you, not to mention an enemy like the dragon race. After the inferior dragons retreated, Zhao Hai didn't pursue them but instead directed his whole undead army to clean the remaining dragons. Just as the dragons were prepared to take their own lives, they were suddenly drowned out by an army of undead before they themselves joined this army. Zhao Hai and the others had conquered the camp on the foot of Akra mountain quite easily. The next thing that they needed to do was to head up the mountain and attack the dragon's den, Dragon Peak. The main reason why Zhao Hai and the others planned to have all of the lesser dragons rout was because there was a nearby human settlement. The Akra mountain was a haven for adventurers. Every single day, an innumerable amount of adventurers went here in order to seek fortune. Their main purpose was to hunt and kill magic beasts. At the same time, they were also hoping to come across a dead adventurer's belongings. An adventurer was high-risk profession, especially for those that were in Akra mountain. Although they were only on the outskirts of the mountain, there was still a possibility of meeting a high-level magic beast and get killed. Because of their life always being in a precarious state, these adventurers always brought their properties with them. And with the high rate of fatality in the mountain, there were tales of lucky adventurers coming across the properties of a dead person and becoming rich overnight. Although this situation was rare, it still managed to shake the adventurers of the continent. All of them started in participating in this scavenger hunt. It was like lottery. Everyone thinks that they were the lucky ones when they buy it, but the real prize can only be obtained by very few. Because of the amount of adventurers going to Akra mountain, they managed to build a huge community for them in a corner of the mountain. This town was the closest supply point in Akra mountain. There were a lot of people who came here every year to try their luck, making the town very prosperous. However, the adventurers didn't have a great time in the recent days. The dragons controlled the Lion Empire in a quick manner and had built a military camp at the foot of the mountain. The camp was not too far from the town, and most importantly, the lesser dragons had prohibited them from hunting magic beasts in the mountain. The adventurers in the town had no choice but to eat their reserve rations every day. At the same time, they were also hoping that the dragons would revoke this order. This was because the people that were in the town weren't only those who were seeking wealth, there were also some criminals among them. This was due to the town being close to Akra mountain. Not even the Lion Empire's army dared to come here. Therefore, this place was also a haven for wanted people wherein they can enjoy their freedom. And even if the army came, they can just run towards the mountain and wait it out. They didn't dare to leave the town and go to another lest they risk themselves being arrested. Chapter 670, Being Ruthless. It is for this reason that there were a lot of people in this town. All of these people had seen a true dragon get slaughtered. This was where the true legend began. The reason why Zhao Hai intimidated the lesser dragons into retreating was exactly this small town. No matter who lived in this town, Zhao Hai didn't intend to have innocents die in his war. Therefore, he used methods to collapse the minds of the lesser dragons so that they wouldn't fight and cause a ruckus at the foot of the mountain. After all, a lot of humans could get caught in the chaos. Because the small town was quite near the lesser dragon camp, All of the adventurers were fortunate enough to witness Zhao Hai's war against the dragon race. To be honest, this cannot be called a war, it was more inclined to be a one-sided slaughter. However, this slaughter was something that made the eyes of the adventurers light up. One must know that what Zhao Hai just killed were dragons. These were beings that were deemed to be invincible by the continent. On this day, a human actually managed to eliminate these invincible beings. Along with their bright eyes, their hearts were burning as well. After Zhao Hai eliminated the 10 dragons, he didn't stay. Instead, he commanded his undead army and dashed through Akra Mountain. His cube formation didn't change. The same cube was now climbing up Akra Mountain. Upon seeing this, the adventurers in the town started to get daring. When Zhao Hai led his undead army to chase the lesser dragons, these adventurers also went out of the town and followed behind the undead army as they climbed up Akra Mountain. They didn't have the thought of picking up some cheap things. In their minds, if they weren't able to see such a magnificent scene, then it would be quite a shame. As long as they can witness what happened in the mountain, then they can brag about it in the capital. And bragging was the most favorite activity of these adventurers. Zhao Hai didn't care about these adventurers. Although he had discovered that they had followed behind him, he didn't have the time to take care of them. If these guys wanted to follow, then they can do what they want. If these guys wanted to die, then Zhao Hai wouldn't stop them. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't want to divert his attention. What he faces against were the dragons. He might have been able to defeat a lot of them in the previous battles, but the dragons were still existences that survived for tens of thousands of years, and they had nested in Akra Mountain in the same amount of time. Zhao Hai had no idea about their full strength. This was the reason why Zhao Hai didn't become complacent when faced with these dragons. It was not yet time to celebrate. When Zhao Hai's undead army entered the Akra Mountain, he can immediately feel the difference between here and the camp at the bottom of the mountain. Back in the military camp, there were only lesser dragons and not so much magic beasts. But when they were routed to Akra Mountain, there were magic beasts everywhere. Now, these magic beasts had become frantic. It didn't matter which rank they were. All of them were throwing themselves towards Zhao Hai's direction. In this case, Zhao Hai reckoned that the cube formation was not quite suitable in scaling the mountain. Therefore, Zhao Hai gave a command, collapsing the cube formation and turned it into fine sand as it poured over the mountain. The crazy battle started. Zhao Hai has also come down from the back of the bone dragon and entered into Alien. The bone dragons were still flying in the sky since there were also flying beasts that needed to be taken care of. Those flying magic beasts weren't weak, so Zhao Hai just let the bone dragons attract their attention while the main army were dealing with the beasts on the ground. This was simply a screen killing. In the outskirts of Akra Mountain, there were no high-level beasts. Zhao Hai didn't know what methods the lesser dragons used, but they had made all of the magic beasts in the mountain crazily attack Zhao Hai's army. This made Zhao Hai's movement difficult, very difficult. However, Zhao Hai didn't turn those low-level magic beasts into undead. It was because there was no need to do so. Their levels were just too low and their bodies were too small. Although the magic beasts, blue-eyed rabbits, long-tailed chickens and the like, were frantically attacking the undead, how could they deal damage with their small strength? Even if the undead just stood there, these beasts wouldn't be able to move them. These beasts were just too small, and even if Zhao Hai were to make them into undead, they wouldn't be very useful. At the same time, Zhao Hai also left those beasts for the adventurers who were trailing him. He hoped that these adventurers would take those magic beasts and leave Akra Mountain. In this way, the unnecessary casualties would be a little smaller. Zhao Hai had disassembled the entire cube formation, but this didn't mean that each undead was alone. They were still divided into squads of 500 people, coordinating with each other as they advanced. Akra Mountain was just too big, and it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to let all of his undead go alone. If they were along and were to suffer multiple attacks by the dragons, then Zhao Hai's losses wouldn't be very small. Therefore, Zhao Hai had them group into units of 500 each in order to deal with this problem. They would have enough power to block the dragons then. After all, They were still 9th ranks and the Space's undead were still able to think for themselves and know how to face the enemy. However, this arrangement slowed their advance. After all, the amount of crazy magic beasts were colossal. Nobody knew how many magic beasts there were inside Akra Mountain, and all of those magic beasts were now crazily charging towards Zhao Hai. It was quite a scary sight. If the opponent wasn't Zhao Hai, then they would have been unable to attack. Zhao Hai and his army advanced step by step before the corpses of these magic beasts. Whether it be those who were flying, walking, or even digging holes, every single beast was going after the invading army. Zhao Hai had no other choice but to kill them in order to progress. Every patch of ground that Zhao Hai and his army walked on were completely painted with blood. The adventurers who followed behind Zhao Hai were shocked at the number of magic beasts' corpses that they had come across. Although these were common magic beasts of the continent and were things that might not even deserve killing, the sheer numbers present at this time truly made these adventurers startled. However, these adventurers didn't have any space equipments to keep the corpses, and the most important thing in their minds right now was to witness the battle and not to collect beast corpses. Therefore, most of them ignored the corpses and continued to scale the mountain, following Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to pay attention to these adventurers. At this moment, Kair suddenly thought of something as she approached Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, since these adventurers don't want the corpses, how about we store them instead? No matter what, they are still meat. We cannot have only grain in the later war, otherwise, the soldiers would be malnourished." When Zhao Hai heard Kair, he turned his head towards the adventurers and discovered that the corpses were left in the ground. Some of them who came across higher-leveled magic beasts only took their magic crystal before continuing forward. After he saw this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "All right, go send those corpses to the space where they won't rot. When we run out of meat later, then we'll eat those." Green laughed and said, "We really don't lack meat, but we might as well get more." What I'm afraid of was the Akra Mountain losing all of its magic beasts and become a dead mountain. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "These magic beasts are under the control of the dragons. If they weren't killed right now, then the dragons can command them to attack the humans later on. That is the terrifying thing. Just think, blue-eyed rabbits and long-tailed chickens blotting out the skies as they charge towards a human army. That would be very dangerous. So why don't we just use them as food?" Green and the others nodded. They knew that Zhao Hai was right in saying so. These magic beasts might look harmless, but if they were to crazily attack the humans one day, then they would become terrifying. Just thinking about a rabid rabbit charging towards you and then tearing away your flesh, that thought alone would make people shake. Instead of waiting for that time, then Zhao Hai might as well deal with those magic beasts ahead of time. After all, they can also gain military rations along the way. The reason why Green and the others were assured that the magic beasts would be killed was the fact the army that they commanded weren't composed of people. They were all undead. And have you heard of a terrified undead number? The undead had no emotions, even if they were faced with these numbers of magic beasts, even if they were to rush in front of a dragon. All they would do was hold on to their weapons properly and then immediately attack. It was that simple. The undead were undead. Even if they were capable of thinking, they will never disobey their master. Zhao Hai's command was to kill all of the enemies. Whether they be magic beasts or dragons, they will do it. Even if they were intelligent and were capable of rational thought, they still wouldn't interrupt Zhao Hai's order. A group of people with no fear was terrifying. It was because of this that Green and the others were confident that these undeads could eliminate every beast that came to attack them. If this was a human army, then it would be an impossible feat. In the face of overwhelming beast frenzy, they will be too scared to use all of their strength. In the end, they would only be drowned by the enemy. Zhao Hai and the others didn't fly directly towards Dragon's Peak but just pushed forward step by step. This was not because Zhao Hai was bloodthirsty and wanted to kill the magic beasts of the mountain. Instead, he was worried. Zhao Hai had complete confidence in dealing with the dragons. However, he couldn't say the same if the dragons were to escape. If dragons were to escape, then they can just return to Akra Mountain and establish their magic beast army once more. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would have another headache to deal with. 1. I could recall the rat apocalypse in Coiling Dragon. Haha. Chapter 671, Transformation? This kind of worry was not without reason. The dragons had been in Akra Mountain for so many years. It can be said that the entire mountain had become their root. They didn't care if people come and attack the magic beasts. This was because the adventurers can only kill those inferior magic beasts, so it wouldn't really affect their core strength. Moreover, if these adventurers were to come here to hunt and kill magic beasts, then the empires of the continent wouldn't place their attention to the mountain. If the dragons really turn the Akra Mountain into their exclusive place, then the empires of the continent will definitely pay attention to it. This was because the geographical position of Akra Mountain was too important. The mountain was part of the Lion Empire, a small region of it was part of the Buddha Empire. It was also bordered with the dwarves and the elves. In this case, if the Akra Mountains become a completely different kingdom, then these forces would definitely not agree to it. Therefore, the dragons allowed the humans to enter and kill magic beasts in the mountain. Not only could it not affect their strength, they can also use this opportunity to observe and get information out of them, and they did this very successfully. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't want to be ruthless towards the magic beasts, but ever since he discovered that even the powerless blue-eyed rabbits and long-tailed chicken were frantically attacking him, Zhao Hai decided to remove them from the mountain. At the very least, they wouldn't be a threat in the future. The dragon race's control over the Akra Mountain was incomparably strong. One can prove this point just by seeing the blue-eyed rabbits and the long-tailed chickens. This can also be proven when one looks back in time to the point where the dragons dealt with the Lion Empire. The Lion Empire's main force was their cavalry, and their mounts were all taken from Akra Mountain. When the dragons made their move against the Lion Empire, these magic beast mounts rebelled. However, the dragons were unable to command the magic beasts of other people, or a magic beast's beast subordinates. They couldn't just terrify those magic beasts, and even if they were terrified, they still wouldn't frantically attack the humans. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't fly directly towards Dragon's Peak and just advanced slowly on the ground, attacking each and every magic beast that they had come across. On the other hand, the adventurers that were following Zhao Hai felt that they were going crazy. Every inch of Akra Mountain was completely red. The blood of the magic beasts already gave the mountain a scarlet color. Zhao Hai looked at everything with a calm expression. He wasn't killing people this time, so he didn't have much of a burden on his conscience. He felt the same as when a person slaughters a pig. Except for some special people, there weren't a lot of people who would sympathize with the pigs. Most people would just think about how delicious the pork would be. Although the magic beast attacks were very fierce, they didn't have even a point of coordination. All of them were just rushing over to Zhao Hai. The arrival of these magic beasts only gave Zhao Hai's side more food for the future. Green looked at the frantic beasts and sighed. It seems like our decision to deal with the dragons is correct. If the divine race came and the dragons controlled these magic beasts, then the human armies would certainly suffer huge consequences. While speaking about it, Green's face couldn't help but turn ugly. He was imagining how that scenario would turn out to be. Kun sighed and said, "Right. The two seeds that the divine race had left behind were indeed terrifying. One was the Radiant Church, who used religion to control the population. And then there was the dragon race, who used their status to control an innumerable amount of magic beasts. If these magic beasts were like the magic beasts in other places, then they surely won't obey the dragons. But since the dragons had lived in Akra Mountain for too long, they were now regarded by the beasts as gods. Even those who had no wisdom had sided themselves to the dragons. If the divine race did come, then they would have an army that wasn't afraid of death. With the strength of the dragons as well as the logistical might of the Radiant Church, as well as the God-rank experts' leadership, what kind of situation would we be facing?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Even if we didn't come and deal with the dragons, we can still take care of them in the future, albeit being more costly in our part. But since we will eliminate them right now, this will only hasten the Radiant Church's action. there wouldn't be any major changes in our situation. Green and Con both sighed. Even if they defeat the Radiant Church and the Dragon race, they would still suffer some disadvantages in facing the Divine race. After all, those two forces were seeds that the Divine race planted in the continent. Their influence and impact had already been felt and applied to the continent from their many years of operation. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the space, which provided him with effective weapons in the form of the undead. Otherwise, whether it be the Radiant Church or the dragons, they would be able to drown out Zhao Hai's forces. The speed that Zhao Hai advanced wasn't fast. The magic beasts were just too crazy. It was possible that this flood of beasts wouldn't stop. It was great that the undead didn't get tired and weren't lenient in killing the magic beasts. The cold slaughter was still going on. While the slaughter was continuing, Zhao Hai and the others were now coming across higher-level magic beasts. Compared to before, when they were mostly getting 1 street ranks, they were now getting 2nd and 3rd rank magic beasts. While Zhao Hai and the others were paying attention to the magic beasts, they weren't truly focused on the fight. Instead, they were discussing on possible methods that the dragons would attack them later on. Zhao Hai was quite worried about the attack of the dragon race. After all, this was Akra Mountain, the domain of the dragons. Even with something like the Spaces Monitor, Zhao Hai would still need to be careful. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that the skies outside had slowly become dark. Zhao Hai stared, then was stunned when he figured it out. The sky had turned dark. It meant that a day has passed. Upon seeing that the magic beast attack was still going on, Zhao Hai couldn't help but breathe in a cold air as he said, "We had been fighting for a day? These magic beasts are crazy. Did the dragons drug them?" "Care, what kind of drug is in these magic beasts?" Kair shook her head and said, "There's no drug, young master. These magic beasts didn't ingest anything. I already scanned the corpses that we had acquired before. They were all clean." Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Green and said, "This is too crazy. Can dragons really control the beasts to this degree? I have to ask what is going on." Then Zhao Hai called a dragon over and said, "Can you go back to your human form?" The dragon nodded. Then his appearance changed and slowly turned into a person. This dragon was the same as the previous ones that he had seen before. He was also wearing a robe that was made out of their own scales. At this time, a prompt was then heard from the space transformation ability discovered in cyborg beings. Extracting ability. Applying ability to all cyborg-type beings. Application is complete. Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't think that the space could actually withdraw the dragon's ability to transform. At the same time, it also applied it to all the undead. Does this mean that the undead now have a human form? After thinking about it, Zhao Hai lost his drive to ask the dragon about the state of the magic beasts. He took the dragon and Alien to the space. Then he came out of the space and looked at Alien. "Alien, can you change into your human form?" Alien's human-like eyes looked at Zhao Hai. Then he shook his head. It seems like it didn't know how to do it. So Zhao Hai turned to the dragon and said, "What do you do when you want to go to your human form?" The dragon answered immediately, "Young master, there's no special method. As long as you think that you want to be in your human form, then that would be enough." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Alien and said, "Alien, just think that you want to be human. Understood?" Alien nodded. It seems like it understood Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai saw that Alien's figure started to shake, and then it shrank. The bones on Alien's body shrunk as well. In the end, Zhao Hai can see a person with full body armor in front of him. The man was 2 meters in height. His armor was red and had spikes on them. One can understand at one glance that this person was strong. However, this person didn't wear his headpiece, revealing his skeleton face. Zhao Hai took a few laps to examine this man in front of him. He had discovered that Alien had turned into a real human with a human structure. He didn't have any tail or extra appendages. This made Zhao Hai feel quite happy. However, when he saw Alien's face, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alien, turn into a human, not a skeleton. Do it, quick. I want to see how you look." Alien nodded. Then a white light flashed. After the light retreated, Zhao Hai saw a warrior wearing red clothes. This guy was very tall and looked quite strong. He had an ugly and terrifying face. He was also bad. He didn't look like good person at all. Zhao Hai looked at the new and odd alien and said, "Alien, where's your body armor? You can't wear it in this form." Alien looked perplexed as he shook his head, then using spiritual communication, he sent, "I don't know, young master. Isn't it fine this way?" Zhao Hai knit his brows. He was quite confused. At this time, the dragon opened its mouth and said, "Young master, it seems like Alien's previous form was just like the dragon race's battle form. Maybe this was the reason." Zhao Hai stared, then he clapped his hand and said, "So it's like that. It seems like the undead can also get into 3 forms. This is good." Chapter 672. The dragons didn't appear. Green and the others were happy as well. Although the strength of magic beasts were formidable, their builds were too big, and in their cramped situation inside Akra Mountain, their performance wouldn't be as efficient as the human form undead. So now that they had this ability, these undead magic beasts would be able to display even more power. Although Alien was still unable to speak and can only communicate over spirit transfer, this didn't matter. It didn't have any effect on its fighting strength. Then Zhao Hai turned to the dragon and then asked, "What is your name?" The undead dragon immediately replied, "Young master, I'm called Alsar." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do you know why these magic beasts are still listening to the dragons? What is happening?" Alsar replied, "I do, young master. This is actually a secret technique that the divine race had left behind. This technique is called Divine Enlightenment. This technique is quite formidable. After being used on a magic beast, this magic would still manage to penetrate its descendants, making the subsequent generations loyal to the dragon race. No matter what we order them, they will obey, even if they are asked to commit suicide or slaughter their children." There are many uses of this technique, but it is still useless to magic beasts with high wisdom, and it also has little influence on people. At the same time, this technique uses up a lot of magic each time. But since the dragons have been in the Akra Mountain for too long, all the magic beasts had been turned into loyal beings to the dragons. It was precisely because of divine enlightenment that the magic beasts were all frantically attacking the young master's army. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it turns out to be something left behind by the divine race. Can you also do this divine enlightenment?" The dragon nodded. "I can. All dragons are capable of executing the technique." Zhao Hai gave a nod. "Then tell me how you do it. Let me see what this divine enlightenment looks like." Then the dragon complied, telling Zhao Hai how to execute this technique. This divine enlightenment's application method was based on light element magic. But it was not entirely light magic. It was a combination between light magic and blood magic. When using the technique, one would use their own blood first as a guide before one casts the magic. This kind of magic would not only affect the magic beast, it would also manifest on its descendants. One could say that it was a kind of evil control magic. Zhao Hai didn't use the magic even though he had learned how to do it. He just wanted to understand the magic that were used by the divine race. Now it seems like the divine race were indeed powerful. They can actually combine different magic to make completely new spells. Although the fight was still going on outside, Zhao Hai and the others didn't rush out. It had continued for the whole day. They were even unaware that night had arrived. At this time, they felt somewhat hungry, so they had their dinner inside the space. Even if he left the undead outside, all of them were 9th ranks. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. While they were eating their dinner inside the space, Zhao Hai and the others discussed the fight that happened during the day. Green took a sip of his wine and then said, "Where are the dragons?" The lesser dragons should have already reported what just happened. Why were the magic beasts continuing to attack? Kun smiled faintly and said, "It isn't really strange. The dragons are unaware of the existence of the space. In their minds, these undead were controlled by dark mages. The dark mage might be strong, but they couldn't sustain commanding these undead for too long. I think the dragons are trying to drain Little Hai's magic by bombarding him with those magic beasts. When Little Hai's mental power gets exhausted, the dragons can just come and deal with him easily. Unfortunately for them, Little Hai didn't need to expend energy in commanding the undead. He already has the space to do that. The undead can fight as long as Little Hai wants. Zhao Hai gave a slight smile and said, if the dragons think like that, then that would be great for us. If we can kill all the magic beast in the mountain, then we would generally be taking care of the dragon's trump card. Even if the dragons were to escape, they wouldn't be a threat to us anymore. Green agreed. It would be troublesome if the dragons were to keep their magic beast army. Moreover, whether or not the dragons survive this battle, their reputation is now ruined. After this, even the humans wouldn't be as scared of the dragons as before. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but I think the Radiant Church wouldn't just be still upon seeing this. They would definitely have the divine race act as soon as possible. Otherwise, the divine race wouldn't have any allies if they were to delay. Our current exhibition has already informed the Radiant Church that they are no match against us. Kun nodded. It looks like we need to prepare for even more battles. The group sighed. The jovial mood of their dinner was now gone. After finishing their meal, Zhao Hai and the others went to the Space's villa and watched the crazy attacks of the magic beasts. At this point, the levels of the magic beasts that they were encountering had already reached 4th to 5th rank. However, even these levels had no impact to the undead army. It seems like in the eyes of the undead, all of these beasts were of the same level. Upon seeing the continual magic beast assault, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows and said, from day to night, these magic beasts actually didn't stop. At the same time, no dragons can be seen. What kind of plot do they have? Green was frowning as well. What are the dragons thinking? Do they want to attack us this way? It seems to be the wrong way of doing it. Kun shook his head and said, don't think about it too much. If they attack, then let them be. In any case, we are here to destroy them. Eliminate them for good. There's not much to think about. Zhao Hai nodded, but he still frowned. But I still feel that there is something wrong. We can't go on like this. I must make the undead deal with this as soon as possible. Naturally, nobody opposed to Zhao Hai's decision. The space had an uncountable amount of magic beast corpses, all of which can be turned into undead. In the past, the levels of the magic beasts were too low. Although the space can still make them into undead, their levels were really too low for them to be 9th ranks. After all, the difference was too far. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't turn those initial magic beasts into undead. However, the beasts that they were killing at this point were 4th or 5th ranks. They were definitely worth turning into undead. After deciding on what to do, Zhao Hai immediately came out of the space and turned all of the dead magic beasts into undead, increasing the amount of undead in Zhao Hai's army. The Akra mountain was extremely large, and it had many magic beasts in it, much more than Zhao Hai can count. At this point, the space has about 10 million 1st and 2nd ranked beasts. Adding the amount of 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks, the current count would reach 20 million. The lower ranks can be turned to army provisions. However, those with high enough levels were turned into undead. After this fight, Zhao Hai's undead army would be much more powerful. This gave him more confidence in dealing with the divine race. However, the main thing on Zhao Hai's mind right now was his feeling of unease. It seems like something was going on, and he wanted to know about it as soon as possible. On the other hand, the adventurers that were behind Zhao Hai had become dumbfounded. They can't see any magic beast corpses anymore. However, the battle in front of them was still going on. There were still blood on the ground. The only thing missing were the dead corpses. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to think about any of these right now. His army of undead was rapidly increasing. At first, it was the magic beasts who were attacking them, but now, Zhao Hai's army were the ones who did the assault. Aside from the ground, the aerial battles had heated up as well. There were also a lot of flying beasts in Akra Mountain, and these flying beasts were now getting attacked by bone dragons. Naturally, they didn't stand a chance. With the increase of undead, Zhao Hai's rate of advancement had also increased. As they got closer to Dragon's Peak, 7th and 8th rank magic beasts had started to appear. Although these beasts weren't numerous, their attacking power wasn't something to scoff at. Even if the undead were able to deal with them, they still managed to drive them back for some time. But still, Zhao Hai was unable to see any dragons. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. The skies slowly turned to day, and at this point, the mountain had turned quiet. All of the magic beasts on Akra Mountain were dead. Zhao Hai's undead had now reached more than 10 million. While Zhao Hai was continuing his slaughter up into the mountain, he was still quite puzzled as to why the dragons still didn't appear. Before long, Zhao Hai finally arrived at Dragon's Peak. This place was the highest point in Akra Mountains. This place was an extinct volcano. However, even if it was extinct, it was still very hot. The place where the dragons resided in was in the deep crater where a lake was situated in the bottom. On the inner walls of the crater, caves can be seen one after another. Those caves were the residences of the dragons. The terrain here had already been scouted by Zhao Hai's staff. Therefore, Zhao Hai was very clear about the place. But what was not clear was the fact that the dragons were still absent even if Zhao Hai was already at the mouth of their home. After thinking about this, he immediately flew to the peak along with his undead army. He wanted to see what was going on. Did the dragons already escape? This wasn't very likely. It was not in line with the nature of the dragons. Chapter 673, Demon. Green and the others didn't come out, but they were still looking at Zhao Hai through the monitor. Zhao Hai commanded his army to assemble into cube formation as he slowly flew towards Dragon's Peak. Before long, the group arrived at the summit. However, Zhao Hai still cannot see any dragons. Zhao Hai was met with a completely empty Dragon's Peak. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Did the dragons actually leave? Since he couldn't see anything else, Zhao Hai immediately turned to look at the monitor to see if he can discover things there. Zhao Hai carefully watched the monitor. The caverns of the dragons were still there. The things that the dragons had collected were present as well. The only thing missing in the place were the dragons themselves. Zhao Hai immediately searched around using the monitor. He wanted to see whether the dragons really left or if something else happened. He believed that there should be clues to be seen. Sure enough, Zhao Hai noticed that the lake under the crater was quite special. The monitor couldn't see anything inside it. The same happened in the Devil Trench as well as the Soul-Sucking Reef. Every place where a treasure was found seemed to exhibit his property. Was a treasure present in this lake as well? After thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately received the majority of his undead. Then he released some marine undead before he sat inside the blade scale whale. Then the group dove into the lake. Naturally, the monitor wasn't able to see much into the lake. Compared to outside, the range of vision was too low, only about 500 meters. Looking from above, the lake wasn't very big. After Zhao Hai released the blade scale whale, he could only release 100 undead creatures. If he had more, then they wouldn't be able to enter the lake. This 100 undead formed around Zhao Hai in a cube formation. As they slowly dived into the lake, Zhao Hai discovered something strange. The lake was actually very deep. He was already inside the lake for about 10 minutes, and in these 10 minutes, even if they dove slowly, they should have already covered several kilometers, and yet, the bottom was nowhere to be found. This was just a lake. How could it be very deep? Zhao Hai became more curious as they dove down. He looked at the monitor and occasionally turned its view to all directions, only to see nothing. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just continued to look at the monitor. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai felt something was wrong. Then Zhao Hai understood. From what he can theorize, the surrounding waters had become much wider. This prompted him to look around much more seriously. Sure enough, when he entered the lake, it wasn't very big. He can even see the sides of the lake through the muddy waters. But now, he couldn't see the sides anymore. The only reason for this was that the lake had widened. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he stopped his dive. Then he commanded the undead to look for the sides of the lake. After a long time, Zhao Hai had finally figured out the shape of the lake. The area at the bottom of the lake was much wider than the surface. The shape of the lake was like an inverted bowl, with the mouth being the smallest part, and it gets wider as it goes down. Zhao Hai was now more curious about the lake. He commanded the blade scale whale to continue the dive. At this point, Zhao Hai was convinced that he had already penetrated about 10,000 meters into the lake, but it seems like there was no end in sight. But what made Zhao Hai feel even more strange was the mere absence of magic beasts inside this lake. Not only magic beasts, There weren't any plants here as well. This made Zhao Hai careful. This lake was truly out of the ordinary. Zhao Hai carefully watched the monitor while also paying attention to his surroundings. There weren't any magic beasts in the lake water. There weren't any marine plants as well. The lake had now become quite clear. Zhao Hai can even see further than the monitor just by using his own two eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Hai spotted something not far under him. There seems to be a layer of black gas. Zhao Hai found out that the monitor was unable to penetrate through that gas. Zhao Hai stopped, then he hardened his resolve as he commanded the blade scale whale to go straight by the layer of gas. Before long, Zhao Hai was surrounded by the gas. He also discovered that this gas wasn't the bottom of the lake. Instead, it seems to be shrouding something. Zhao Hai knit the brows of his head. He felt that this layer was not simple. It can actually block the monitor. At the same time, it also seems to be concealing something inside the lake. Zhao Hai decided to explore it by himself. He went out of the blade scale whale and placed his hand on the layer. Unexpectedly, the layer allowed his hand to go through, but it also blocked the lake water from entering. Zhao Hai felt great. He received the blade scale whale before he entered the layer of gas. The layer wasn't very thick, it was just too dark, making Zhao Hai unable to see anything. But just about 2 meters away, light can then be seen. Upon coming out of the layer of gas, the scene that Zhao Hai saw gave him a huge surprise. Inside was a huge space. It might even be as big as the entire Akra mountain. Inside this huge space was a similarly large magic formation. The formation had mostly occupied the entire space's floor. This magic formation looked mysteriously exceptional. It comprised of innumerable magic symbols. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that these magic symbols were all colored blood red, and it was connected to each other by flowing blood. Inside this magic formation were dragons. About 10,000 of them, all of which were in a static position on the formation. Their positions were very strange. It seems to form a strange pattern, something that looked like a devil's face. On the sides of the dragons were countless amounts of lesser dragons, which were similarly just lying there. Along with the dragons, all of them formed a huge devil face. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered a detail. Both dragons and lesser dragons were killed with a big wound on their necks, their blood flowing into the magic symbols on the formation. Zhao Hai was currently flying up above the formation. The layer of gas looked black when he was back in the lake, but now, it actually changed into the same color as blood. At the same time, red liquid was raining down from the layer of gas. When this red liquid fell to the ground, it immediately fused into the magic formation. It was quite strange because there weren't any places that the liquid could flow into. All of them fused with the magic formations and just vanished without a trace. Zhao Hai knitted the brows on his head again. He felt that this space was really strange. Although the entire place was bright, he could see upon further inspection that the light was also tinted red. This color scheme could actually make someone feel choked. Zhao Hai placed his hand out and caught a drop of the red liquid and then placed it on his nose to smell it. Almost instantaneously, the smell of blood assaulted his nose. Zhao Hai's expression immediately turned ugly. The red rain was actually blood. Then Zhao Hai turned his head back to the formation as well as the amount of red liquid raining down. He couldn't estimate how much blood this was. Zhao Hai frowned. Then he waved his hand as a clump of black gas came out and wrapped the dragons and the lesser dragons. Zhao Hai wanted to turn them into undead. At this time, a sharp screech was suddenly heard. Then it was followed by a bellow, "Who dares?" Then a big blood-red hand reached out from a place not far from the layer of gas and blocked the black gas. Surprisingly, it actually succeeded in doing so. Zhao Hai gawked. His expression turned ugly. This bloody hand can actually defend against Zhao Hai's dark magic. This showed that the owner of this hand was quite strong. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the hand and said, "Who's there? Come out, ha ha ha." An ominous laugh was heard. Then a person came in from the other side of the layer. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This person's body was very tall and big, about 2.5 meters high. It wore beast skin garments but also had scales covering its body. It also had 2 curved horns on its head, something that looked like an argyle's horn. In each of its hand were 6 fingers, along with long and pointy nails that shone blue. On its back were a pair of big meaty wings that flapped constantly. It also had a tail. It was very long, about 5 or 6 meters. On the head of the tail was something that looked like an arrow point. The tail was constantly moving around, just like how snakes slithered. At this time, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, that's someone from the demon realm. Specifically, from the realm's most formidable beings, Demon Clan." In fact, the entire realm was ruled by these demons. When he heard Kair, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He looked at the demon and said, "I didn't think that I'd be able to meet a demon from the demon realm. How can you appear here?" As soon as the demon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but gawk. Then he laughed out loud and said, "I didn't expect the continent to remember creatures like us. Ha ha ha. This is interesting, too interesting." Zhao Hai looked at the demon and said, "Why can you appear here? Is there a spatial rift?" The demon looked at Zhao Hai and then laughed once again. "You're quite intelligent, but you're ruthless as well. You actually killed all of the magic beasts in Akra Mountain." "Well, I think I need to thank you for that." Zhao Hai was puzzled, so he asked, "What do you mean?" The demon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Well, in any case, you cannot escape, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. There is actually no spatial crack here. However, the place where the rift was in the demonic abyss, that was where we had set up a crack between the demon realm and the Ark continent." Chapter 674, Blood Void. Although this was already speculated on the continent, hearing it from the mouth of a demon still shocked Zhao Hai. It turned out to be true. The demon enjoyed Zhao Hai's surprised appearance. He laughed and then gnashed his teeth as he said, "When we discovered the crack towards Ark continent in the past, we sent people in order to investigate it, and we found out that the Ark continent is much better than the demon realm. There is warm sunshine here, clean water, green grass, and endless food. For such a good place to be inhabited by inferior creatures is unforgivable. So we launched a war against the continent." Then the demon's face couldn't help but change to hatred. "However, we didn't think that the Ark continent would have a strange law, disallowing god-ranked demons to come here. In the end, our demon race's army got defeated by the lower life forms. But before returning to the demon realm, we left a spatial rift in the demonic abyss." After speaking about the spatial rift, the demon's face turned proud as he said, "That spatial rift wasn't big, but it was quite carefully made that it would evade the notice of the humans. This allowed us to investigate the situation in the Ark continent. And then, more than 1,000 years ago, His Majesty the Demon King decided to launch a second Great War. In order to prepare for this war, a large enough spatial rift would need to be prepared. Therefore, for 1,000 years, we prepared this blood void in order to enlarge the spatial crack. But if we want to use the blood void, we would need to have enough blood. Killing humans would be detrimental to our plans. Therefore we decided to use the magic beasts and the dragons in Akra Mountain. After speaking up to here, the demon looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. For this plan, we dug out a huge space below Akra Mountain, then established the blood void in this place. Digging the place up and establishing the blood void took us nearly 1,000 years, and in the process, we discovered that the dragons were subordinates of people called the Divine Race, and their purpose was to take the Ark continent as well. So how could we make them succeed? The Ark continent is ours, that is certain. We already have plans on how to deal with them. But you came and attacked the dragons. You really are ruthless, but killing all the magic beasts in the Akra Mountain saved us a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha. To be honest, you're quite good. If you were someone from the demon realm, then you would have gained a high position. Zhao Hai's expression was quite difficult. He didn't think that his action of eliminating the dragons would actually help the demons. Moreover, the demons hadn't been in the continent for a short time. They had been here for more than 1,000 years. The demon looked at Zhao Hai's expression. He got more excited as he laughed and said, "With all these blood, the operation has become a success. When the rift opens, an army from the demon realm shall arrive in the Ark continent, killing the lower beings and occupying it for our own use." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, Keep dreaming. Even if you can open the rift, what significance would that have? Your God-ranked experts are still unable to reach the continent. Do you want to rely on your army to conquer the continent? You're being too naive. The demon coldly snorted and said, "You're the one being naive. Do you really think that your human armies can go against the people of the demon realm? We demons grew up killing. Every member of my race is an outstanding soldier. With just your human army, how could you defend against the demons?" Zhao Hai snorted. HMPH, I alone have an undead army of tens of millions. There's no need for human armies. I am sufficient enough to deal with your demon race. The demon laughed and said, Right. What you say is true. You really are quite strong, but you underestimate our demon army. Your undead might be strong, but we have our own strong undead as well. At the very least, they can defend against your undead. Most importantly, you will die today, and with your death, your undead army shall vanish as well. So when our demon army comes, how can the humans cope with us, given how disunited they are? Zhao Hai snickered. Are you really convinced that you can deal with me? The demon laughed. I know that you're able to do space magic along with your undead magic, but what you don't know is that the blood void not only opens spatial rifts, it locks space as well. Even if your undead are strong, you cannot call them over here. And although you are a 9th rank, we are 9th ranks as well. You cannot escape today. Zhao Hai coldly smiled and said, That might not be true. To thank for your information, I shall allow you to be an undead and then join my own army. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as large quantities of undead appeared inside the space. Then they threw themselves over to the demons. The demons present looked at Zhao Hai releasing his undead with shocked faces. The lead demon looked at Zhao Hai and said, This is impossible. How can you summon undead? The blood void should have imprisoned this space here. Zhao Hai sneered and said, Whether you can imprison my space or not isn't something for you to decide. If my space can easily be locked, then I would have already died long ago. The demon looked at Zhao Hai with grief. While blocking the undead, the demon said, Even if you can kill us, the blood void had already succeeded. It will show its effects, and when our demon army comes through the rift, you shall die. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, I already knew that your demon army would come. I just didn't expect it to be quick. It doesn't matter. The Ark continent is ours, and nobody can take it away. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a clump of black gas flew out and surrounded the bodies of the dragons and lesser dragons, turning them into undead. The demon looked at Zhao Hai's action and couldn't help but get more angry. He knew that even if the blood void succeeded, it still needs more blood in order to reach its peak. The blood of these corpses were enough to sustain that. If the blood of these dragons were to get drained into the blood void, then the blood void would be bigger. But now that Zhao Hai had turned them into undead, the blood void would be smaller than expected. However, the demons were entangled by the undead, so they couldn't do anything about it right now. The lead demon clenched his teeth. He knew this operation cannot fail. Otherwise, the demons would have no chance in conquering the Ark continent. At the thought of this, he gave a command to his fellow demons. Then the other demons surrounded him as they continued to block the undead. Then the lead demon started to mumble a spell. Zhao Hai knew that the blood void needed to be stopped, but the undead attacks did nothing. This formation seems to be invincible. There was no way to damage it. If this blood void continues, then the demons would have an avenue to attack the continent. When that time comes, the humans would certainly suffer some losses. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to move. He has the strength of a god, so he should be able to deal with these demons. But through this fight, Zhao Hai also discovered that the fighting strength of these demons was quite strong. His undead were 9th ranks. Their strength wasn't something that common 9th ranks could endure, but these demons were able to block the attacks of these undead, and were also able to do it for quite a long time. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't delay this fight for much longer. His staff changed into a blood-red sword, then his body moved and appeared on the side of a demon. After that, he swung his sword towards its neck. The demon responded quite quickly. His body immediately went down as the two horns on his head moved towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the demon's tail went for Zhao Hai's heart, like a snake with exposed fangs. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he moved his sword and swung downward. This move was too fast that the demon wasn't able to dodge it at all. The demon's head was sliced by Zhao Hai, cutting it in half along the middle. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was when his sword sliced the demon's head, it didn't die right away. The demon moved its hand and caught Zhao Hai's sword. Its tail continued on to penetrate towards Zhao Hai's heart. Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't think that these demons would actually have this much vitality. Its life force was so strong that it could still move despite already being killed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He moved his hand and shrunk his sword into a shorter one, removing it from the grasp of the demon. At the same time, he also went to the side of another demon, dodging the tail in the process. Then he went on and swung his sword to the other demon. Chapter 675, 7 Days. Zhao Hai didn't bother himself with those demons who were injured and were still moving. He believed that those demons were already dead. They just kept their movements due to their abundant life force. Zhao Hai's judgment was correct. These demons were already dead, but since they lived in the demon realm all their life, their vitality was just too strong, so these fatal strikes weren't able to kill them straight away. After counter-attacking, these demons should be motionless. This was a common death ritual for demons. The middle demon didn't stop his incantation as he looked coldly at Zhao Hai. The incantation continued on. He didn't move even a single bit. Even as Zhao Hai stabbed his sword through his throat, the demon just looked at Zhao Hai. Blood was now flowing out of his mouth, but he still kept mumbling the spell. The demon smiled at Zhao Hai and then used some of his strength and said, "Your actions are useless. The blood void wouldn't stop as long as blood is present. The blood in here is already enough, and with our own blood as a primer, the demon army will now come and avenge us." Zhao Hai looked at the demon and said, "Your spell should be the self-destruct spell, right? You're just talking to me in order to pass time and include me in your explosion. Hee. I know how strong you people are as well as how formidable the blood void is. However, you aren't aware of how strong I am." The demon's complexion changed. His incantation was truly the self-destruct spell. This spell absorbs the strength of several people in order to create a very big explosion. Everything that he did before was to make Zhao Hai think that he was casting a spell in order to activate the formation. He wanted to use this method in order to kill Zhao Hai. Actually, he was taking a risk. He knew that he wouldn't be able to live, so he just planned to use his and the others' blood in order to help power the formation. If he can kill Zhao Hai in the process, then it would greatly benefit the demon realm. However, he didn't know that Zhao Hai was aware of his spell. He also discovered that Zhao Hai was quite knowledgeable about the demons. One has to know that when the demons and the humans fought the last time, the demons still hadn't invented this spell, so it was impossible for the humans to recognize it. For Zhao Hai to know about it was truly a surprise for the demon. Zhao Hai looked at the demon and said, "Do you find it strange? The reason why I know this? Well, I'm not going to tell you. Think about it for the rest of your life." Then Zhao Hai's went back, leaving the area completely. Naturally, the reason why Zhao Hai knew about this was care. Demons completely ignored the fact that plants were ever present in the demon realm, and at the same time, they were unaware of the existence of care. Care was a plant that had been watching the demon realm for many years. She might even know more about the demon realm compared to the demons. Therefore, the blood void, as well as the self-destruct incantation, was something that she knew about. This blood void was a truly powerful demon formation. Its might was quite strong for a magic formation of its kind. However, something unusually strange about this formation was that its power was exerted on someplace else. This kind of magic formation was called a primary-secondary formation. It was a set of formation that had two parts: the blood formation and the void formation. The blood portion was the energy provider of the formation. It would collect blood and transform it into energy. Then the blood formation would then transfer the energy over to the void formation where the power is fully exerted. Most importantly, this magic formation was irreversible. It cannot be stopped. In other words, as long as the formation is established and blood was supplied, This formation would start immediately. If the blood supplied was few, then the power would be small as well. Otherwise, if the blood was in high volume, then the formation would be very formidable. With how much blood was supplied on this formation under Akra mountain, Zhao Hai knew that it would be formidable. At the same time, the void formation was surely inside the demonic abyss. After the blood void starts, it would take 7 days before its full power can be exhibited. If someone wanted to destroy this formation in advance, then the formation would activate in advance as well. This made Zhao Hai decide to refrain from using his bone dragons to attack it. If he would destroy this formation, then the demons would be coming in advance. If he just let this formation be, then he would still have 7 days to prepare. 1. The only reason why Zhao Hai attacked the demons was to gauge how powerful they were. In the future, when the battle starts, Zhao Hai would have a basis on how strong a demon army would be. These demons were truly fierce. They were 9th ranks, but in Kair's words, the status of these specific demons shouldn't be high. They would at the very most be medium rank. There might be a lot of these demons in the demon realm, however, their army would surely be mostly comprised of low-ranked demons, with the worst one being weaker than a human 6th rank. But in general, a group of human 7th ranks wouldn't be able to contend with a group of low-ranked demons. After hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but turn heavy. He thought that he would be fighting the divine race, but instead, it seems like he would be facing the demons first. But he didn't regret his action in Akra Mountain, killing the magic beasts and fueling the blood void formation in the process. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't exterminate the magic beasts, then the demons would still do it secretly, just as what they did with the dragons. The outcome of their method was no different to Zhao Hai's plan to kill the magic beasts. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was quite happy. He was happy to know about all of these, and the fact that he had 7 days to prepare. Otherwise, if the demons were to suddenly emerge from the demonic abyss, then many deaths would occur due to the humans being caught off guard. Just as the Zhao Hai left, the demons exploded as well. However, Zhao Hai casted a protective shield over the formation, otherwise it might get destroyed and activate the formation in demonic abyss in advance. The demon explosion was quite strong, but since Zhao Hai was now a god-ranked expert, he didn't bother to block. The demons' bodies weren't spared and their blood fueled the formation. Seeing all of these, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He knew that because of this, the void formation would get stronger. After lamenting on the fact, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he entered the space. Green and the others' expressions were quite ugly while they were sitting on the villa's living room. They were able to witness what just happened. They didn't expect that the day for battle had come this quickly. When Zhao Hai entered the living room, he turned his head to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you should return to the Black Wasteland and prepare. Turn the entire place into something suitable for retreat. When the war comes, I'm afraid a lot of refugees would be forced to flee their homes. You must be ready to accept them." Green nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Kun and said, "Grandpa Kun, you should head back to Golden Island and prepare as well. Have all the ships equipped for war. At the same time, have Golden Island be primed to be a stopover station." Kun also nodded. Then Zhao Hai sighed as he retrieved his messenger fish. Then he talked to it. "Your Majesty, can you hear me? Please answer if you can." Then the voice of the Mermaid Queen was heard. "I can hear, mister. Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai sighed once again. Then he reiterated how he discovered the demons as well as the matter with the blood void formation. After telling his story, Zhao Hai said, "I hope that your Majesty would have her people prepare. Battle would come soon. When the time comes, the fishman race can enter a channel that I would open that would lead you to the continent. I hope you can provide us with suitable support." The queen didn't think that the matter would come this fast, however, she still immediately replied, "All right. Mr. Can feel relieved. I shall immediately arrange a fishman army that can head to the continent right now." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Then I'll have to thank your Majesty in advance. I shall go and inform the others, so I need to leave the conversation first." "Take care, your Majesty," the Queen replied. "Mr. You take care as well. Your significance to the continent is quite huge. I hope that you can protect yourself well." Zhao Hai calmly replied. "Your Majesty can rest assured, I shall take care of myself." "Then, Your Majesty, farewell." Then Zhao Hai retrieved his messenger fish and took out another fish. This messenger fish would connect to the Beast King. Zhao Hai immediately talked to the Beast King and told him about the situation. Then he had the beastmen prepare their army to fight at any time. The Beast King didn't say anything and just agreed. The Beast King already made ample preparations, so he wasn't too anxious about this matter. The Zhao Hai called Billy and the Elf Queen, explaining everything to them as well. Then Zhao Hai came out of the space and appeared inside Rosen Empire's palace. Zhao Hai didn't plan to delay, he only had 7 days to prepare. At this point, the human nations were completely unaware of what was about to happen. One could say that they had zero preparation, with only 7 days to prepare. This time frame was truly very short. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to save as much time as possible. He would first look for the Rosen Emperor, convincing him of the events and then have him sign the beast skin scroll. After that, Zhao Hai would proceed to approach the other emperors of the continent. 1. Took me a very long time to read this along with the previous chapter. In the end, they just don't add up. In the past chapter, Zhao Hai seems to be uninformed, but here, he was.